Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Huh? Uh-huh.
What did I get myself into? I didn't even mute I muted my mic so you didn't hear my reactions. I'm gonna be right back though.
What you're about to watch was never meant to be seen. Viewer discretion is advised.
We found his plane. Oh my god. We're in the plane. What? Light logs? Oh my god.
Behind me is Jeffrey Epstein's private ranch, and I'm gonna be spending the night there.
At Little St. James's Pizza.
This is our only chance!
Yo, what's good? We're back with another one.
It's showtime.
I think that should be good. I don't know though. So.
To be seen. Viewer discretion is advised.
We found his plane.
Hold on. Peak. So they invented headphones. No, where that go? So I got headphones. For real. Can't lie.
Oh my god. We're in the plane. What? Light logs? Oh my god.
Behind me is Jeffrey Epstein's private ranch, and I'm gonna be spending the night there.
At Little St. James's Pizza.
This is our only chance!
Yo, what's good? We're back with another one.
It's showtime.
This private jet used to belong to Jeffrey Epstein. For years, this aircraft used to fly powerful people around the world. Eventually, the plane became infamous and nicknamed the Lolita Express. Today, the aircraft is currently sitting abandoned in a scrapyard. And today, we're gonna figure out what still may be inside. We went to the airfield to talk to real employees to see if the plane is actually there and if we can just go on to it. Excuse me? Isn't Jeffrey Epstein's plane here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Got one in the corner in the back right there.
Hey, have you ever seen it?
Back there.
Why is it here?
Someone's paying to store it here.
You know who?
Peter Nygaard's plane, isn't it? Sure. Who? Peter Nygaard? Who's that?
What the hell is that?
Look him up.
Peter who?
He's right now. He's another...
Another one of the Epsteins.
What?
Who the hell's Peter Nygaard?
Who is Peter Nygaard? Former fashion executive convicted predator.
Why are all the predators' planes here?
That's what I'm saying. Why? The prosecutors and victims allege the jet was used to transport young women and minors to his pamper parties.
We got a lot of confusing answers, so I just popped up a UAV and there it was, in this corner of the lot, like the other dude said. It was actually there.
There's no way they're going to let him on that plane.
They sneak onto it, bro.
Okay, guys, right in front of the airplanes. Okay, we're looking for the tail number of Jeffrey Epstein's plane. Oh, fuck. That's it. We found his plane. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hello?
Okay, guys, we're gonna do step one. First, we're gonna check everything, go through every single thing on this plane, see what we can find. Then we're gonna UV light the whole fucking shit. We're gonna see what the fuck has really been going on.
On August 8, 2019, Jeffrey Epstein sat in a cell at Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan and signed an updated version of his will. And he left $50 million to his lawyer, $25 million to his accountant, $10 million to the children of a Norwegian diplomat, and $10 million to Ghislaine Maxwell, and $50 million two Caribbean islands, a Manhattan townhouse, a Paris apartment, a Palm Beach mansion, a New Mexico ranch, a 33-carat diamond ring, and 48 loose diamonds to his last girlfriend. And 2 days later, he was dead. And his cellmate, a man named Efren Reyes, had begged him not to do it. And Epstein told him not to worry. And the next day, Reyes was transferred out in a routine move. And the day after that, Jeffrey Epstein was found dead and alone. And then something interesting happened with the body. A jail supervisor told the FBI that staff took boxes and sheets and built what looked like a human body. And then they loaded it into a white van, one labeled as belonging to the medical examiner's office, and the media followed the van. But Epstein's actual body, that was loaded into a separate black vehicle, and it left, quote, unnoticed. And that's in the files. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's from an FBI interview memo dated August 16th, 2019, released by the United States Department of Justice on
Shots. I did not know that. My horrible mic. That's what I need. Do I have it? Test. Hold on. Hold on. I have to test it. Hold on. Test, test, test. I think I have it. I think so. We good, chat. We good. We good. We good.
January 30th, 2026. And along with that, they also released over 3.5 million pages of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein, along with 180,000 images and 2,000 videos, and it is, by volume, one of the largest single document releases in American history. And I need you to understand something before we really get into this. This video is not about whether or not you believe in conspiracy theories.
The largest in U.S. history, almost. Sheesh. That is actually like touch. You know what I mean?
this, okay? This is not about speculation. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you what I think happened. I'm gonna just read what's in the files. I'm going to read quotes, okay? Directly from FBI interview memos, from emails between Epstein and some of the most powerful people on the planet, from a draft federal indictment that was written up, ready to go, and then just never filed. I'm going to show you what the United States government knew when they knew it and what they chose to do about it, or what not to do about it, you know? And Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche went on CNN and said it out loud.
In July, the Department of Justice said that we had reviewed the files, the quote Epstein files, and there was nothing in there that allowed us to prosecute anybody. And that's what's important for the American people, and the victims want to be made whole. And so we want that. The Attorney General wants that more than anything, but that doesn't mean we can just create evidence or that we can just kind of come up with a case that isn't there.
And then he said, essentially, we've shown our work. The whole world can look at it now and tell us if we got it wrong. So that's what we're gonna do today. See what they got wrong. Cause this shit is insane. They're just gonna put a big trigger warning here. We're talking about a lot of very sensitive issues. So if you have any trigger any of that or any sensitivity to that, please feel free to skip this video. But what we are talking about is extremely important because it is happening in our world, and I feel like we need to talk about it. And a lot of the things I'm going to talk about today have been glazed over, and I'm going to really get into them. So without further ado, let's get into this video. But before we talk about the names, and we're gonna get to the names, okay? You need to understand what Jeffrey Epstein actually built. And if you want to get really in-depth with who he was and everything, you can go to my other videos about him, especially my first one. I'm not gonna go into like who he is and how he was built and all that kind of stuff. We're gonna kind of glaze over that and get right into all the new stuff. But there is a tendency to talk about this like it was a social scandal, like some rich creep knew some famous people and things just got out of hand, you know? And that framing lets everybody kind of off the hook. I think we're far past that now, but you know, that's kind of how it's been talked about in the past. But this wasn't a social circle, this was an operation. It had infrastructure, it had employees, it had logistics, it had recruitment pipelines. And the United States government had the details in its hands for almost 20 years and did absolutely nothing about them. And buried in the 3.5 million pages is a 56-page draft federal indictment prepared by prosecutors in the Southern District of Florida, sometime in the mid-2000s. 60 counts. Not just against Epstein and 3 co-conspirators, described as personal assistants who were, quote, employed by Epstein. And their names are still redacted, even now in 2026. So 3.5 million pages released, and the government still won't tell you who these 3 people are. And the charges include trafficking of children, conspiracy, enticement of a minor, and traveling with intent to engage in illicit conduct. And all 4 defendants are described as having conspired to, and I'm reading this exactly as it's written, persuade, induce, and entice individuals who had not attained the age of 18 years to engage in prostitution, unquote. And 19 girls are named, all under Jane Doe pseudonyms, and some who were 14 years old. But here is
14 is actually I found it. 14 is actually crazy. Actually, it's like diabolical.
how this all worked. The co-conspirators would call the girls and arrange travel to Epstein's Palm Beach estate. And Epstein would use them and pay them. And in at least one instance, a girl was also made to perform acts with one of the unnamed co-defendants for Epstein's benefit. And the girls were paid several $100s per visit, and then they were encouraged to recruit their friends. Bring another girl.
That part, I mean, why would people go on the island? Not. That's pretty self-explanatory. I just felt it, honestly.
Get another payment, a pyramid scheme for abuse. So it was around $200 for a visit, $200 for a recruit, and when one girl hinted at telling someone, the indictment says Epstein told her that, quote, if she reported to anyone what had occurred, bad things could happen to her, unquote. She was 14 years old, and the indictment was never filed, and a blank space where a grand jury foreperson should have signed. Just disgusting. And why? There's also a separate prosecution memo addressed directly to then U.S. Attorney Alexander Acosta, and it recommended presenting a sealed indictment to a grand jury on May 15, 2007, and arresting Epstein shortly after. And the memo describes Epstein as, direct quote, an extremely high flight risk and, from information we have received, a continued danger to the community based upon his continued enticement of underage girls, unquote. So they weren't describing something that happened once. They were telling their boss, this man is still doing it right now. We need to arrest him. But instead, Acosta cut a deal. And Epstein pleaded guilty to a state charge, not a federal, of soliciting prostitution from someone under 18. So not trafficking, not grape, not conspiracy, soliciting prostitution. As if a 14-year-old girl was a willing participant in a business transaction. Are you f***ing kidding me? So he got his 18 months, served 13, with work release, meaning he could leave jail during the day. And the Department of Justice later reviewed the deal and concluded Acosta had used their exact words, poor judgment, not professional misconduct, poor judgment. And Acosta went on to become Donald Trump's Secretary of Labor. Okay, we're connecting dots here. And he resigned in 2019 when all of this started coming back around. And inside the house among the FBI 302s is a 2007 interview with a household employee at the Palm Beach estate. And his name is redacted, but the agents wrote down everything.
Like 8 months in 2007. What's that gonna do? Is it just gonna like did it 2000
and his daily duties included fanning out $100 bills on a table next to Epstein's bed, placing a gun between the mattresses, cleaning up after what Epstein called massages, wiping down vibrators, throwing out tissues, laundering towels, and disposing of condoms. And he told agents that Epstein once had him buy flowers and deliver them to a student at Royal Palm Beach High School to commemorate her performance in a school play. And Epstein directed him to rent a car for the girl, described in FBI notes only as UF, an unidentified female, and he recalled another girl who looked very young. And when the FBI asked him point blank, "Do you believe some of the girls were under 18?" the employee nodded. And the agents noted he was, quote, affirming that he believed some of the girls were under the age of 18, unquote. And the FBI also noted that Epstein enjoyed taking the girls out for ice cream at a local parlor, and that he let some of them even drive his cars. And the employees were even sent to take them shopping at local malls. So ice cream, car rides, shopping trips, cash on a nightstand, and a gun between the mattresses, and flowers delivered to a high school. Just textbook grooming, right? Just a predator operating in broad daylight with a full staff. And the FBI had this interview in 2007, okay? 18 years before these files were released. And the Palm Beach Police Department identified 27 girls and women between the ages of 14 and 23 who went to that house for massage services. And they were typically paid $200 per visit, and they were, quote, encouraged to find other girls to bring with them, also for pay. And Ghislaine Maxwell did a video on her as well. Didn't just recruit, as we talked about before. And according to the FBI's 302s, she ran the logistics of the entire operation. And she brought women in under the guise of professional massages or dance sessions, always the entry point. So you think you're getting a legitimate job. And then the massages become something else, as we know. And Maxwell and Epstein arranged domestic and international travel for the victims, and they provided logistical support for passports, and they used modeling agencies as fronts to recruit foreign nationals. And one FBI report describes Maxwell as, quote, dangerous figure who directed victims' clothing and social interactions to suit high-profile men. Can you imagine a woman looking at a child and dressing them up and presenting them to these predators? Like, what? I fucking hate this woman so much. I fucking hate this woman. I hate everybody involved in this, but I don't know. I'm going to get very mad throughout this whole video. Hope you know that. And the modeling agent, Jean-Luc Burnell, was identified in the FBI records as an intermediate who recruited young girls through modeling fronts. And Burnell was later arrested in France on charges of SA minors and trafficking minors for exploitation. And as we've said before, he was found dead in his French jail cell before trial, ruled a you-know-what, just like Epstein. Convenient.
That is pretty convenient for somebody. That's so convenient. So convenient. Can't even lie. Well, hey, dude, why even do that?
But the control didn't stop when the girls got out, because multiple survivors told the FBI that after leaving Epstein's orbit, they were
Who would even go to the island? For that 20 bucks. 20 bucks is not a lot. Now $1 million? Maybe. $200? Not a lot. I don't get why people went. I don't get why people went. Maybe because it was a private island? I think that's why, but I don't know.
contacted by people claiming to represent his interests, people who pressured them to cooperate with federal investigators. But before we get into who these girls were seeing or who they were forced to see, I want you to hear what this looked like for the girls inside this machine. And the first was a 2021 FBI interview. And a woman told agents she met Epstein when she was around 14. And she confided in him that her childhood had been, her word, shitty. And she told him she had been molested as a child. And Epstein told her he was sorry about that. And then he started having her come to his house for massages, and she described them as uncomfortable because both of them were undressed and he touched her in ways she didn't want to be touched, and she tried to stop him. And the FBI notes say she, quote, felt degraded when she went to Epstein's home and felt taken advantage of. But she also said she felt happy because she had a bunch of money, unquote. She was 14 and she'd already been abused once, and she told a grown man about this abuse, and then he just took advantage of her vulnerability and then got paid. Like, what's a 14-year-old supposed to think? And the second was a woman who was approached outside of a New York dance studio at 17 years old, and she thought she was being offered dance-based fitness sessions for a wealthy client. And the sessions became massages, of course, and the massages became sexual encounters. And it just continued for years, and Epstein paid her, tried to control her career, and encouraged her to bring in her new friends. And both women described the same system, the same gradual escalation, the same isolation, the same financial control, the same machine. So that is, in all, what we have. Emails, FBI interviews, a draft indictment that was ready to go, and employee testimony about the gun and the cash and the vibrators and the ice cream and the flowers sent to the high school. Just a mechanized system of abuse with employees, logistics, and recruitment pipeline that treated teenage girls like a renewable resource. And zero new prosecutions. Sorry, quick pause. I look different right now. I'm recording this on a different day. I might look different in different parts of this video just because more information came up and I researched a little more and wanted to add it to the video. So if you see me in a different outfit, that's why. But let's get back into it. So then we have the diary. And among the files is a 32-page journal kept by one of Epstein's victims. And she was 16 or 17 years old, and her attorney submitted it to the Department of Justice as evidence. And every page is stamped confidential in attorney's eyes only. And the entries describe a girl living under total control. Everything in her life, where she lived, where she went to school, what she did, was dictated by Epstein. But what the diary documents goes beyond control, and it documents something much, much worse. Because according to the diary, Epstein fathered a child with this girl around 2002. And she gave birth to a baby girl, and the baby was taken from her. And she describes the birth, quote, "A shot and those rod-like things had a hook and so much pain, Ghislaine said to push all the pain away." And she also writes, quote, "I saw beautiful fingers, this tiny head and body in the doctor's hands. It reached its tiny arm and had a tiny foot." And then she was given 10 to 15 minutes to hold and feed her daughter before they took her. And she writes, quote, "She is mine. I want her back," distraught. And a 20-week pregnancy scan is pasted into the diary. And next to it, she wrote, quote, "She is gone and she won't be coming back," unquote. And in another entry, she writes about a second pregnancy, saying, quote, "Tomorrow is the halfway ultrasound for Jeffrey. This one stuck. After they took the first baby who survived and the early miscarriage, I think it was called, I no longer feel like a person, but a vessel," unquote. Like, this is, like, talk about Handmaid's Tale and the rich taking babies. Like, every conspiracy theory, the worst kinds we ever thought of, are real. Like, according to this diary anyway, allegedly, but I'm just going to go ahead and choose to believe the victims, like I always have, but I hope you do too, because I just wouldn't put it past them to take kids and sell them. We'll get to some even worse stuff that they could.
That is actually, like, disrespectful. Like, babies. Just figured it out. Oh, I can say it. I don't know. So, it's all that. Like, dude. What do you think? Sick babies.
Could be doing. It's sickening. And she goes on to say, quote, "Will they take this one too? Who has the first one? Where did Ghislaine go? She is never around. I am not old or mature enough, or even in a place to have a baby that I would be responsible for. Will I ever be free?" And in a separate entry, she describes a miscarriage, saying, quote, "So it came out in the toilet and I didn't know what to do, so I just flushed the tiny little fetus. You have made me numb and I hate you for this. I hope I never see you again. I am not your personal incubator. Where is the baby and where is Ghislaine?" And she also writes about why Epstein chose her specifically, saying, quote, "Why me? It makes no sense. Why my hair and eye color?" She compares his obsession with creating what he called a superior gene pool to Nazi ideology, and she claims she wasn't the only one, and that Epstein fathered children with several victims. And this tracks with earlier reporting, because in 2019, the New York Times revealed that Epstein had told scientists and associates about his ambition to seed the human race with his DNA by impregnating women at his vast New Mexico ranch. And at the time, it was unclear whether he'd actually.
Then what was the iPad used for? If that was for that, the ramp was used for that, then what was the iPad used for? Like, actually, I don't even know.
Actually done it. So we have a diary submitted as evidence by attorneys and included in the DOJ's own release that says he did, and that a teenage girl was impregnated, gave birth, and her baby was taken away and impregnated again, miscarried, and wrote about all of this in a journal that sat in government files while no one was prosecuted. And a separate email in the files from September 2011 addressed to Epstein congratulates him on welcoming a baby boy. But Epstein never publicly acknowledged having any children because he would have to admit that he did horrendous things to children. But this machine didn't run in a vacuum. It existed inside a social ecosystem of the most powerful people in the world. People who visited, people who emailed, people who flew in on planes and stayed on the island and took the gifts and looked the other way. And now, thanks to these 3.5 million pages, we know exactly who they are and what they said. But before I get into them, I want to be clear about something for legal reasons, you know? Being in these files does not automatically or legally mean someone committed a crime. Some of these people may genuinely not have known. Some of these people may have had legitimate professional relationships with Epstein. I'm not a court. I'm not a prosecutor. But some of these connections are so deep and so sustained and so damning that "I didn't know" stops being an explanation and starts being an insult to your intelligence. But I'm just saying, for legal reasons, these are all, I mean, I'm reading what's in them, all right? And then you can just, it's up for interpretation. I guess they're not guilty as of yet, you know? So with that, let's start with Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump appears in the Epstein files thousands of times, not hundreds, thousands. And he is one of the most frequently referenced individuals in this entire release. And now, does that mean he's guilty of something? Not necessarily, okay? And some of those references are from news clippings, some third-party mentions, but the substantive references, the ones that actually matter, paint a picture that is deeply uncomfortable, especially for a sitting president of the United States of America. So here's what's in the files. So there's an FBI 302, an interview memo from 2021, and a victim tells the FBI that Ghislaine Maxwell, quote, presented her to Donald Trump at a party, and she described the introduction as being, quote, similar to a CV, unquote, like a resume. And she said Maxwell suggested to Trump that she was, quote, available, and the victim told the FBI that nothing happened, and Trump did not act on the introduction. But the fact that Maxwell was allegedly presenting girls to him like items on a menu is a detail that sits with me kinda wrong, you know? And there's an email in the files from 2011, an exchange between Epstein and Maxwell about Virginia Giuffre, who we've talked about on this channel many times when covering Jeffrey Epstein. And she is the most prominent Epstein survivor as of thus far, who was beginning to speak publicly before her untimely death. That is extremely suspicious. And in that email, the person identified as G-Max, Maxwell's known alias, writes, quote, I thought you said not to involve Donald. Involve him in what? What, Donald? Also, stupid name, now that I'm just thinking about it right now. Donald? The fuck? Sorry if your name's Donald. But involved in a conversation, in a legal strategy, in something else entirely, the email doesn't say. But the sentence exists, and it's in the files. And Epstein's house manager testified that Maxwell approached a girl at Mar-a-Lago, Trump's own property, for recruitment purposes. And the files also contain an FBI spreadsheet from August 2025 that compiled 12 or more unverified allegations about Trump, drawn from tips submitted to the Bureau. And these include allegations about so-called calendar girl auctions and a golf course trafficking ring. And I want to stress, these are unverified FBI tips. I'm not saying they're verified. Just got to cover my tracks. The FBI itself noted they were unverified, but they were compiled and they were in the files. And there's also a 1994 civil lawsuit from a Jane Doe alleging that Trump escorted her at an Epstein party when she was 13 years old. And I did cover this in my last video. And the case was filed, withdrawn, refiled, and ultimately dropped before trial. And Trump has denied all allegations related to Epstein as a whole, as we know. But here's the thing. You can look at all of that and say, well, nothing was proven, and that is true. That's true. But the reason nothing was proven is that nobody tried to prove it. And that's kind of the whole point, And that brings me to Bill Clinton, another president. What the f*** is wrong with this country? But he appears in the files in connection with at least 16 flights on Epstein's private plane. 16 that are documented, by the way. In a 2016 deposition, when Epstein was asked questions about Clinton, he invoked the Fifth Amendment to every single question, which is his right to not comment on it. And there's an email from October of 2009 where socialite Peggy Sigal writes that Bill Clinton and Jeff Bezos were there at a party hosted by Ghislaine Maxwell. And the files show an ongoing social relationship between the Clinton orbit and Epstein's world that persisted well beyond what was publicly acknowledged. And in January of 2026, the U.S. House of Representatives held Bill and Hillary Clinton in contempt for failing to comply with subpoenas related to the Epstein investigation. And depositions were scheduled for late February 2026, and as of the time I am reading this, those depositions have not yet taken place, and Clinton has denied any knowledge of Epstein's crimes. You're lying, in my opinion, okay, in my opinion. And now the next name is a name that a lot of people outside the UK might not know, and that is Peter Mandelson. Probably saying that wrong. I don't really give a He's a former Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, a former European Commissioner, one of the architects of Tony Blair's new Labour movement, and one of the most powerful political operatives in modern British history. But Peter appears in the Epstein files more than 5,000 times. 5,000. And Epstein's 2003 birthday book lists Mandelson as, quote, my best pal. I hate that. This man I know is a monster, and I'm allowed to say that. The files contain evidence that Peter leaked UK tax plans to Epstein, so comforting government information shared with a convicted offender. And Peter's partner received £10,000 from Epstein to fund a osteopathy course. And there's a photo in the files released to the public of Peter posing in what has been described as underwear. And here's what happened after the files dropped. On February 1st, 2026, Peter resigned from the Labour Party. And on February 3rd, he resigned from the House of Lords. And on the same day, February 3rd, the Metropolitan Police in London launched an active criminal investigation into Peter in connection with the Epstein files. And as of right now, Peter is the only person in the world facing a criminal investigation as a direct result of the 2026 document release. The only one. And it gets so much worse because we have Prince Andrew next. And several hundred mentions are in the files, and 3 photographs that are going to haunt the British monarchy for a generation. And in the photos, which were released as part of the document dump, Andrew is seen kneeling on all fours over a woman lying on the floor. And the woman's face is redacted, but Andrew's is not, thankfully. And he's staring directly into the camera, and in one image, he appears to be touching her abdomen. And there are 3 photos in the sequence, all undated. And the emails are worse, because in August of 2010, Epstein emails someone, likely Maxwell, and offers to introduce Andrew to a, quote, 26-year-old Russian. Clever, beautiful, trustworthy. And in September of 2010, Andrew sends a message suggesting a dinner at Buckingham Palace with, quote, lots of privacy. And Epstein responds that they will, quote, need/have private time. But Virginia Giuffre's FBI 302 from 2013 describes how she was recruited from Mar-a-Lago, flown to London, and alleges with Andrew. And he was stripped of all royal titles and military affiliations in October of 2025. And the UK Prime Minister has publicly urged him to cooperate with investigators. And as of February 2026, he has not done so. And I don't know if he ever will have to. I don't know. And then there's Howard Lutnick. He is the current United States Secretary of Commerce, and he was confirmed to that position in February 2025. And during his confirmation hearing, he told Congress that he had cut off all contact with Jeffrey Epstein in 2005 after learning about the allegations. And he called the relationship a mistake and said it was over. But the files said otherwise. And emails from 2011 and 2012, years after Lutnick claims to have ended contact, show ongoing communication between Lutnick and Epstein. Drinks, visits, social plans, and in November of 2012, Lutnick's wife sent an email referencing a visit to Epstein's Island on a, quote, 188-foot yacht. And in November 2015, a full decade after Lutnick said he cut ties, he invited Epstein to a Hillary Clinton fundraiser that Lutnick was hosting. Oh, the Clintons are back as well. Pieces of shit. So either the files are fabricated, and the DOJ has given no indication that they are, or the current Secretary of Commerce lied to Congress about the nature and duration of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. At this point, a tale as old as time. And he has not been asked to resign, by the way. And he has not been investigated, by the way. And he also hasn't been subpoenaed, by the way. And then there's Steve Bannon. Now, Steve Bannon's presence in the files is not primarily about sexual misconduct. It's about something almost more unsettling, and that is the sheer cynicism of the people who run your government. Because the files contain hundreds of text messages between Bannon and Epstein, many from the period when Bannon was serving as chief strategist to President Trump. And in those texts, Bannon says things about Trump that are illuminating, because he calls Trump, quote unquote, out of gas. And he writes, quote, stable genius bringing himself down. And he brags about manipulating Trump into policy decisions, saying, quote, dude, I just got him to pull the trigger on $400 billion in tariffs on China, unquote. And puppet on a strings. Oh my God. And he texts Epstein that he, quote, can't seem like I'm running Trump's nose in his own incompetence, unquote. And there's also nearly 2 hours of video, recorded video, of Bannon being interviewed by Epstein. And the context and content of the interview haven't been fully described in reporting, but the fact that it exists raises an obvious question. Why was Steve Bannon sitting for a 2-hour on-camera interview with Jeffrey Epstein? And Epstein also gave Bannon a $1,500 Hermes watch as a gift. Just all kinds of blackmail going on. That's what I'm going to assume. And then there's Larry Summers, former Secretary of the Treasury and former president of Harvard University. Yeah. And former board member of OpenAI. And one of the most influential economists of the last 30 years. And in May 2017, Summers emailed Epstein about Donald Trump and asked, quote, how guilty is Donald? And Epstein responded, your world does not understand how dumb he really is, unquote. This man runs the country. Okay. And in July of 2017, Summers wrote to Epstein, quote, I think your friend is mentally ill, unquote. And these are private conversations between two men about a sitting president. And so that alone is very notable, but the deeper issue is the relationship itself, because Summers maintained contact with Epstein well after his 2008 conviction, and well after it was publicly known what Epstein had done. And since the files were released, Summers has taken a leave of absence from Harvard and stepped down from the OpenAI board. But no investigation, no subpoenas, no arrest, nothing. And then we have Crown Princess Mette Marit of Norway, who is one of the biggest royals in this list. And the files contain more than 1,000 mentions of Mette Marit. I'm not saying that right, I don't care. More than 100 emails exchanged between her and Epstein between 2011 and 2014, and she called him, quote unquote, sweetheart and soft-hearted, and you tickle my brain. This was after the allegations already came out about him, by the way. And Epstein responded to her, calling her, quote, twisted with a winky face, not a typical royalty, unquote. And in one exchange, Epstein wrote, quote, Paris good for adultery, Scandis better wife material, unquote. And in another, he asked about, quote, 2 naked women carrying surfboard for my 15-year-old son's wallpaper, unquote. Ew. So the Crown Princess of Norway was in regular communication with a convicted offender who was making comments about naked women in the context of her 15-year-old son. And that communication continued for years. And the files also show that she stayed for 4 days at Epstein's Palm Beach estate in 2013. The same house where the FBI documented the messages, the vibrators, the $100 bills on the nightstands, etc. And the house the victims called the Villa. And she stayed there for 4 days. And since the files dropped, she has issued a public apology. Oh, that makes up for it. And there are growing calls in Norway for her to renounce her right to become queen, and the Norwegian public is not satisfied. And now I want to spend a moment on Kathy Rumler, because she's not a household name by any means, but her story captures something about how Epstein operated within elite circles. So Rumler was the White House counsel under President Obama, and she later became the chief legal officer at Goldman Sachs. And she is one of the most connected legal minds in Washington. So in December of 2015, she emailed Epstein and called him, quote, wonderful Jeffrey. I adore him. And said having Epstein in her life was like having another older brother. And the files show that Epstein
So far, here's a good video. how much so many people believe, like, how people, like, I guess, you know, from, like, technically speaking, not really though, like, presidents, that, you know what I'm saying? Presidents, that's what I'm saying, like, presidents and stuff, that, like, actually, that.
Booked and paid for a
It's from, or actually some other video, feeling like that.
first-class trip to Europe for her. And in October 2014, when she was considering whether to accept a nomination for U.S. Attorney General, she sent Epstein a draft of her statement declining the position and asked for his, quote, thoughts. And she sent a draft statement about the Attorney General nomination to Jeffrey Epstein for review. But here's the kicker. Epstein's estate was asserted attorney-client privilege over hundreds of their emails, meaning they claim Rumler was acting as Epstein's lawyer during at least some of this correspondence, which, if true, means the former White House counsel and future Goldman Sachs chief legal officer was providing legal services to a convicted child sex offender and trafficker while publicly maintaining no meaningful relationship with him, quote unquote. That's disturbing. But all of these people are the same thing. They have ongoing, long relationships, year-long relationships with this man. It's not like a quick little encounter. That's why I'm going over these specific people, because it's not just a one-off. It is years of evidence. And most of them are still in power and have had no repercussions as of right now. But we haven't even gotten to the billionaires, so let's get into that, starting with numero uno, Elon Musk. Because this one is a masterclass in getting caught in a lie. So in September of 2025, months before the big document release, Elon Musk posted on X, his platform, the following statement, quote, Epstein tried to get me to go to his island, and I refused, all caps, refused, definitive, end of story. Nice, Elon. But here's what the emails have to say. Because on November 25th, 2012, Epstein emails Musk and asks how many people he'll be bringing for, quote, the heli to island. That's the helicopter to Little St. James, Epstein's private island. And Musk responds, quote, probably just Tallulah and me. Tallulah Riley, which was his wife at the time. And then Musk asks a follow-up question. And I need you to hear this one clearly. Quote, what day/night will be the wildest party on your island? Unquote. That's a direct quote from Elon Musk to Jeffrey Epstein about his island in 2012. And on Christmas Day of the same year, Musk emails again. And he writes he's been, quote, working to the edge of his sanity this year. And so once my kids head home after Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose, unquote. And he adds that a peaceful island experience is, quote, the opposite of what I'm looking for, unquote. Guy wants to get wild. I can't even imagine what he wants to do. That's all alleged and up in the air. But in December of 2013, another email comes up and Musk writes, quote, we'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Is there a good time to visit? Unquote. And Epstein replies, quote, always space for you, unquote. And then the follow-up, quote, I will come and get you, unquote. So, did Musk actually go to the island? The files don't confirm it definitively. But the emails confirm beyond any reasonable doubt that Musk was not only invited, he was actively trying to coordinate a visit to the wildest party of the year. I can't. They're all liars. Everyone's a liar. And no one asked Musk about this under oath. No one has subpoenaed him, and no one has done anything at all, and no one probably will. But then we come to Bill Gates, and he's probably the biggest one as of right now, because it's a complicated picture, and it's nasty. And it just got more complicated because this week, both Bill and his ex-wife Melinda have now spoken publicly about what's in the files. And what they're saying paints very different pictures. And I'm just going to say, I believe his wife. I believe his ex-wife. But let me start with what's in the documents. So in Epstein's email account, there are draft messages from July 2013, unsent, written by Epstein to himself. And that read like a man documenting leverage, blackmail, if you will, even though the FBI won't acknowledge that, because I don't know. But one is styled as a resignation letter from the Gates Foundation, and the other is addressed to Dear Bill, and both are full of typos, stream of consciousness, and it's very just raw. And the content is explosive, because Epstein claims that in his role as Gates, his words, right hand, he had been asked to do things ranging from the morally inappropriate to the ethically unsound. And he gets very specific, and he writes about, quote, helping Bill to get drugs in order to deal with consequences of sex with Russian girls, unquote. Girls, not women. Girls. And about, quote, facilitating his illicit trysts with married women, unquote. And about being asked to provide Adderall. And then there's this line. Epstein writes, quote, to add insult to injury, you then implore me to please delete the emails regarding your STD, your request that I provide you antibiotics that you can surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your penis, unquote. So just let that sink in. Epstein is claiming in an email to himself that Bill Gates contracted an STD, came to Epstein for help getting antibiotics, and wanted to secretly give those antibiotics to his wife so she wouldn't find out that he was sleeping with Russian girls and other married women. So we don't know if these emails were actually ever sent to Bill. That is unclear. They were drafts sent from Epstein's account back to his own account. So the question is if these are true. And two people just answered it differently. So on February 4th, Bill Gates broke his silence, and in an interview with 9 News Australia, he said, quote, apparently Jeffrey wrote an email to himself. That email was never sent. The email is false. And he said, I don't know what his thinking was there. Was he trying to attack me in some way? And then, every minute I spent with him, I regret, and I apologize that I did that, unquote. I don't believe you. Yeah, I don't believe you. And he said he met Epstein in 2011, had dinners with him over 3 years to discuss getting rich people to donate to global health, and called it a dead end. And he said those exact words. And he said, quote, I never went to the island. I never met any women, unquote. And he called himself foolish and said he was one of many people who regret ever knowing him. So that's his story, that the emails are false and Epstein was a liar. And it was all about philanthropy, dinners, end of story. But the day before Gates went on Australian television, his ex-wife went on NPR. And she told a very different story. And Melinda French Gates sat down with NPR's Wildcard podcast and said her reaction to seeing Bill's name in the files was one of, quote,
sad. Just unbelievable sadness.
And she said the details, quote, bring back memories of some very, very painful times in my marriage, unquote.
And I am so happy to be away from all the muck that was there.
And then she said something that, if you're Bill Gates, should keep you up at night. And she said, quote, whatever questions remain there, I can't even begin to know all of it. Those questions are for those people, and for even my ex-husband, they need to answer to those things, not me. So she did not defend him. She didn't echo his denial. She said he needs to answer for it, and she called it muck. And she pointedly said, not me, as in, this is his problem now. And then she turned it back to the victims, and she said,
no girl should ever be put in the situation that they were put in by Epstein and whatever was going on with all of the various people around him. I mean, it's beyond heartbreaking, right? I remember being those ages those girls were. I remember my daughters being those ages, right? So for me, it's personally hard whenever those details come up, right? Because brings back memories of some very, very painful times in my marriage, but I have moved on from that.
And she previously describes Epstein as abhorrent and evil personified. She said she met him once and had nightmares, and her husband had dinners with him for 3 years. So the day after Melinda's interview aired, Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace wrote to the chairman of the House Oversight Committee asking him to subpoena Bill Gates. And she wrote, quote, I have questions for Bill Gates about Epstein, unquote. So here's where we are. Epstein wrote draft emails claiming he helped Gates cover up an STD, gets drugs, and arrange encounters with women, and Gates says it's all false, and his ex-wife won't back him up and says he needs to answer for it, and sitting congresswoman wants him under oath. And the bigger question, the one nobody wants to ask out loud, is this. If Epstein was keeping this kind of information about Bill Gates, one of the richest people in the world, as leverage, who else was he doing that to? Because that's what this looks like. Not just a social network, a blackmail operation with receipts. So next on our list is Steve Tisch, and he is one of the co-owners of the New York Giants and a major Hollywood producer. And he's not as well known as Musk or Gates, but his emails with Epstein are some of the most revealing in the entire release, because they show you in real time exactly how Epstein operated as a social middleman for women. So in 2013, Tisch emailed Epstein about a woman he'd met at Epstein's house.
That's really it. Horror on
When you
that.
YouTube first launched in 2005, it very obviously was not intended for kids. Not a lot of people know this, but the platform you're watching this video on right now was originally built to be a dating site. Yeah, the idea was that you would upload a video introducing yourself, and then you could watch introduction videos from other users and message them if you liked what you saw. Kinda like those weird dating videotapes from the 80s and 90s.
I'm a nice fellow. I don't know. I'm particularly attracted to black women and women of different races. So if you like me, give me a call.
This idea wasn't very successful. In fact, according to one of YouTube's founders, Javed Karim, nobody was uploading dating introduction videos. But some people were using the site to upload other sorts of content. Dog videos, clips of family vacations. There didn't really need to be any sort of gimmick to make YouTube work. People are just happy to have an easy way to share their home videos with others online. YouTube may have launched as a dating site in February 2005, but by June of that year, they had completely rebranded and revamped the platform to remove all traces of its odd dating site beginnings. Much like other blossoming social media platforms at the time, YouTube's majority demographic for the first few years of its existence were teenagers. This is pretty clear when you look at all the major YouTube stars in the early days of the site, who mostly appear to be high school or college students. I personally started using YouTube in 2007 when I was 11 years old. Back then, the only good way to use the site was to visit it in a browser on a computer, whether it was a laptop or desktop. Tablets didn't exist back then, the modern form of smartphones were still in their most primordial form and were mostly relegated to a select few tech enthusiasts. And the only way to watch YouTube on a TV was to hook up a computer to it and use it as a monitor, which most people couldn't even do because CRTs were still the most widespread form of TV at the time, and the vast majority of tube TVs don't support the digital I/O a computer needs. In short, YouTube was inconvenient, and that really prevented it from being used as a serious platform for anything. But that wouldn't be the case for very long. In the early 2010s, smartphones capable of high-speed cellular connections would explode and become widely adopted. iPads would kick off the consumer tablet market, which also exploded. People would swap their bulky, aging CRT TVs for cheap and higher quality LCD panels, which could not only act as a computer monitor, but YouTube would even begin offering apps for game consoles and streaming boxes like Apple TV, which were also becoming widely adopted. Gone were the days of sitting at your desk to watch Smosh's Food Battle. Now you could watch PewDiePie on basically any media consumption device you owned. And you know what people started doing? They began using YouTube as a babysitter. Using traditional TV to keep your child docile meant keeping them in a specific room where the television was. But now, you could just hand them an iPad while you work in your office or cook a meal in the kitchen. Tack on the fact that YouTube is free to use while other streaming services or cable all cost money, and YouTube began to be flooded with very young and impressionable viewers as the 2010s rolled on. Creators eventually began to catch on to the fact that the limited amount of child-focused content on YouTube at the time was getting an enormous amount of attention, with some videos even amassing hundreds of millions of views. Obviously, there was potentially a lot of money to be made by making videos aimed towards children, and I'm sure a lot of you know how that turned out. As long as television has been around, there's been an ongoing argument as to what is and isn't okay for children to be watching. Some people say kids should only be consuming educational content, or TV with some sort of moral lesson to teach. Some people think it's not a big deal if children are watching fun, junk foody kind of shows every now and then. Regardless though, whatever is on TV is generally governed by some sort of code of ethics. Broadcasters all have a reputation to uphold, and no category of television gets quite as scrutinized as kids' TV. But on YouTube in the mid-2010s, the only scrutiny children's channels faced was YouTube's then fairly lax moderation system. There was no code of ethics or enforced morality. The only thing that mattered was whether or not you were getting views. As a result, a culture of shocking kids content emerged on YouTube, which you probably already know as Elsagate. Sleazy creators would make videos with popular kids characters like Elsa from Frozen, getting into obscene and often graphically violent situations. I probably don't need to tell you much about ElsaGate since you almost certainly know what it was about, but simply put, being a young child on YouTube in the mid-2010s meant being confronted with your favorite characters getting their limbs torn off, being injected with mystery chemicals, getting pregnant, and other bizarre and shocking scenarios that only served one purpose: stand out from other creators so your videos get more views and you make more money. ElsaGate was a giant controversy, and YouTube would begin to try to mitigate the platform's issues that had caused such a depraved niche to emerge. They'd slowly harden their content moderation system to the point where even saying certain words in a video is enough to get it age restricted and demonetized, as every YouTuber is well aware of. They'd release a completely separate app called YouTube Kids that only contained a more curated selection of channels deemed appropriate for children, which would eventually go on to solely feature human review channels. But most importantly for our story, in 2020, YouTube would give creators the ability to mark their own videos as made for kids. It was clear that many parents were not using YouTube Kids and were still just handing kids iPads with the regular YouTube app. So YouTube made an effort to separate kids content from non-kids content on the full version of YouTube. If you mark your video as made for kids, it disables the comment section, the mini player, targeted advertisements, and changes your video's place in the algorithm. Even if you don't mark your video as made for kids, YouTube will sometimes just automatically do it anyways without your permission if it thinks your video is kid-friendly. This automatic moderation doesn't really work very well and can sometimes lead to a very strange array of quote-unquote made-for-kids content. A lot of videos I've covered on this channel have been marked as made for kids, like these stop-motion animations that recreate actual gore videos and often use the original violent audio. And also this channel that features shrink-wrapped body parts, which is probably just an art project, but still not appropriate for children in the slightest. It makes you wonder, what other bizarre videos are out there in the deep expanses of YouTube that have been marked as made for kids, and are showing up on children's homepages? That was the original goal of this video. Find some strange and creepy clips marked as made for kids and investigate them like I do in my other videos. But as I started researching, I quickly learned that the world of kids content and children's YouTube accounts is a whole lot more complicated than I initially thought. I mistakenly assumed that I could just set a YouTube account to some sort of restricted mode for children that would only show me content marked as made for kids. But that's not the case at all. Let's start with YouTube Kids. Making an account here is simple. All you need to do is log in with your normal YouTube account and create a kids profile. Like I said before, this is an entirely separate site and only really features human review channels, so you're not going to find much out of the ordinary here. This isn't really what I wanted to cover. I wanted to talk about the Wild West aspect of made for kids content, but we will return to YouTube Kids near the end of the video. Making a kids profile in the main YouTube app is a lot more confusing. Whenever you watch a video that's been marked as made for kids, there used to be a little YouTube Kids disclaimer next to the video description. But that's now been replaced on most videos with a link to this Choices for Families page that explains the different ways you can watch kids content on YouTube. You can either choose between a YouTube Kids profile or a kids account on the full YouTube site, which will supposedly only show you made for kids content. You can apparently set all this up through a family management page on your YouTube settings. When I checked this out, I saw the YouTube Kids profile I set up, and there was also a way to invite a different YouTube account to enter my family group as a supervised member. I assumed that this was how you would set up a kids account on YouTube, but this actually sets up a supervised teen account, which has access to basically everything on YouTube, the only real difference being that your family group manager can see all your activity. It took a little while to figure this out, as it's really not clear, but to set up a YouTube Kids account, you actually need to make an entirely separate Google account from scratch. In this case, we're going to be making a Google account for our cat Gordy, who's turning 8 years old this year. But we're just gonna say he's 9. Don't tell YouTube. You go through the account creation process, but you have to make sure to select an age under 13. Then it'll prompt you for your parents' email, and from there you can set up a kid's profile. Something interesting here is that you have to press accept on a disclaimer that basically says, we can't fully guarantee that the content your child sees on the platform will be appropriate, which is not something you have to do when signing up for YouTube Kids. You also have to choose a level of content restriction. For the sake of this video, we're going to choose the tightest restriction, which YouTube claims should be suitable for ages 9 and up. Finally, we have a kids YouTube account. You would think that now we should only be able to see content that's been marked as made for kids, right? That's not the case. this is what my homepage looks like. The only search I did was for analog horror, so I assume all the recommendations here are based on that, but the thing is, basically all of these videos are not marked as made for kids. In fact, I've been clicking around for a few minutes and I haven't come across a single made for kids video. There is some filtering happening though. If we look at my channel for example, the only video that's been deemed safe enough for kids is the video I made about the most mysterious song on the internet. Everything else on my channel is gone. If we look at a larger horror creator like Nexpo, nothing of his is available. It would appear that YouTube is more or less completely disregarding the made for kids setting and is instead using some other automatic filtering to mark certain videos and categories as safe for kids, which kind of begs the question, why even have a made for kids toggle if it doesn't do anything? I would say a lot of the channels on the YouTube Kids app have been marked as made for kids, but a surprisingly large amount aren't. Marques Brownlee and Mr. Beast certainly do not mark their videos as made for kids, and the majority of gaming channels here aren't made for kids either. It would appear that either you or YouTube marking videos as made for kids basically does nothing except restrict audience interaction on videos and doesn't actually affect a video's actual visibility to real kids. This made for kids setting kind of reeks of a deprecated Google feature, and I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't just get straight up removed in the next couple of years. But let's not get too off track. I started this video to see what inappropriately scary things you can find with a children's YouTube account. So let's take a look. In terms of actual horror creators, like I said, most of us are completely filtered out. But you can still see some creators that edge outside of horror sometimes, like Blame It On George for example, with some of his lost media videos still being viewable. If we look up some horror adjacent topic like liminal spaces for example, it's completely absent here except for a few weird exceptions. Like this 800,000 view video about creepy liminal spaces. Why is this available to watch and not Jaden Salad's liminal space videos? Enough about generic topics though. Let's look up a more recent Elsa Gate kind of controversy to see if our kids account can actually see stuff that's potentially damaging to a child. If you haven't heard about QCat AI, you should go watch Raymundo's video about it. But in short, there are creators out there using AI image and video generators to make awful shock videos revolving around cats. I don't really want to describe what's being done to these AI pets in these videos, but it's very violent and upsetting. Many of these cute cat AI channels have luckily been banned, but it seems like more pop up every day. Like this channel called Cat AI Dreamer. On normal YouTube, we can see horrible, violent thumbnails that are typical of the cute cat AI trend. Let's see if it's any different on our kids account. While the majority of videos have been filtered out, 20 still remain, which is 20 too many in my eyes. This is pretty disappointing. I know that YouTube makes you accept a disclaimer that states you may encounter inappropriate content while using a kid's account, but the fact that Blame It On George's videos about SpongeBob lost media are filtered out, but not AI generated animal abuse, is just plain absurd. By the way, if you're watching this on Patreon, I'm still censoring out the cat AI stuff. Sorry, but nobody should be seeing that. As awful as this cute cat AI stuff is, there is a reason why it's still visible to kids' accounts on YouTube. If you examine these videos from the viewpoint of the YouTube algorithm rather than just a viewer, there's not a whole lot there to indicate that there's anything amiss about these videos. The descriptions are all ChatGPT nonsense about heartwarming cat videos, and while the titles sometimes can contain questionable keywords, it does make sense how a bot might accidentally categorize this video as safe for kids, even though it very obviously is not. And understanding this shortcoming of YouTube's analysis of metadata pretty much explains how all inappropriate content slips through the cracks. And that kind of brings us to our next topic. QCat AI is just one example of an anomaly in the YouTube algorithm. I made an entire video about this, so go check that out if you want to get a deeper understanding, but in short, the algorithm doesn't actually watch videos or understand what the content of a clip is. It only categorizes videos based on titles, descriptions, transcripts, tags, all the metadata that surrounds a video. But if there's something wrong with the metadata, the algorithm can sometimes glitch and put videos in the wrong place. You often see this sort of thing when a video has no metadata except for punctuation or emojis. The algorithm has no way of knowing what the video is about, so it groups it with other videos that also have the same nonsense strings of metadata, creating unnatural niches. This was actually a bit of a trend a few years ago, the most prominent example being people uploading creepy clips with the title full stop punctuation, which is what you would see if you typed in just a period character and hit search. Even more so than QCat AI, almost all of these algorithm anomaly niches are viewable with a kid's account. A lot of these videos are actually pretty mundane in reality. Usually people just put a creepy thumbnail and the actual video is something completely different. Like this video. The thumbnail shows some dark figure crouching in a corner, but the actual video just shows a groundhog yelling on a mountain. Like I said in my full algorithm anomaly video, some people take it a step too far and use actual gore photos from these unnatural niches are not only focused on scary content. If you search for this nonsense group of characters with lip emojis at the end, YouTube will show you a mix of suggestively explicit and Elsagate-esque videos. For whatever reason, the search suggestions you get after typing in 3 @ all seem to show you the same weird mix of suggestive content and Elsagate brain rot. While I was looking for more algorithm anomalies, I started to notice a weird trend. Whenever I would search for a nonsense string of characters, my search results would always include these playlists with keyboard smash names that were all filled with kids videos. It wasn't just 1 or 2, I could find as many as I wanted as long as I kept searching. The accounts making these playlists are all adult accounts, as kids accounts don't have the ability to make public-facing playlists. You see, to some degree, everything we've talked about so far in this video doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you can find inappropriate and horrifying content with a kid's account on YouTube, because parents are still just handing their kids iPads that are logged into fully fledged adult YouTube accounts. YouTube can do all the moderation they want, but if the app doesn't know that the viewer is a child, then how is it supposed to do anything? The issue here isn't just YouTube doing a bad job of moderating content. A large part of this falls on the parents who aren't putting in any effort to use YouTube's child features. As flaky as they may sometimes be.
Your father knows about saving money. Everything I'm wearing, I've had since boot camp.
And I just saved on my...
We were talking about children's television earlier. I think the closest comparison to a parent letting a child use an adult YouTube account without any restrictions would be a kid getting unsupervised access to cable TV, but that's still not nearly as bad. Everything that goes on TV is made by professionals and moderated by humans who want to upkeep the reputation of the broadcasters they're working for. And the more raunchy stuff usually only comes on at night after most kids are fast asleep. YouTube is moderated by an algorithm, and there's no broadcaster reputation to uphold. Anyone can upload anything. The only real consistent thing that keeps creators in check on YouTube is the amount of attention they get, which just incentivizes channels to make more shocking content, like QCat AI. And yeah, the community guidelines can seem overly harsh, but they can also be skirted around pretty easily by just avoiding showing certain things on screen and avoiding saying certain words. The subject matter of a video isn't nearly as much of a factor as you might think. So the moral of the story here is parents should probably just be using the YouTube Kids app, right? Everything there is chosen by humans. Similarly to children's TV, you're not going to find inappropriate content on YouTube Kids, right? Well, what's the definition of inappropriate content? If you actually take a closer look at what's available to watch on YouTube Kids, it'll probably make you think twice about putting it in front of your child. Do you really want your kid watching videos like, "Stalker escapes from jail, what happens next will shock you"?
And authorities are searching for an inmate that escaped prison on foot Thursday night via the courtyard fence. The Sacramento police say Dave Gingras escaped the Somerville Detention Center where he had been incarcerated since last winter. Gingras escaped the prison during an outing to the outdoor courtyard at around 8:30 p.m. Officers say he
What even
somehow
is
breached the
this?
fence on the
Human curated or not, a lot of the content of YouTube Kids is bottom of the barrel, low effort brain rot. Maybe it's not inappropriate in the sense that it's too adult or too shocking or anything that can be considered horror, but it's still just garbage. Like, do you really want your kid watching Hamster and Roller Coaster Maelstrom with a shark? You know what? I changed my mind. This is based. This video really didn't turn out like I thought it would. I genuinely thought that we'd just be looking at creepy videos that were marked as made for kids and talking about some Elsagate kind of stuff, but there's just so much more wrong with kids content on YouTube in general. I think if there's any moral to this story, it's that you probably shouldn't be showing your kids YouTube at all. Why not put on PBS Kids instead? It's a 100% free app and it's got infinitely better kids content than what you're going to find on YouTube. It requires very little effort to download an extra app, and who knows what change it might make for your kid. You might have noticed that the music in this video is different than in my previous videos. That's because I just made an entirely new album of ambient music that's going to be kind of like the 2025 Pharrell Maguire soundtrack. It's called Living One, and you can find it on every major streaming service. I'll pin a comment below with a link if you guys want to check it out. If you're curious how I make this music,
I saw that my PR got approved, but there was a test failure, and I have become so lazy. Like the moment I'm like, oh, I've got to go into like build kite and like look at the test logs. I'm just like, So I could just click into the skills tab and I'd just be like, build kite. Okay, sick. Someone has like already figured this out for me. So I was like, okay. I ran the command to get a token, now fix my PR, and I am so lazy now that I didn't want to go to GitHub to check if my PR merged. So I'm like, yo, did this merge? Yeah. And then I would have.
it's late. You have to give that big presentation at work tomorrow, but just like always, you've been slacking off, and you're once again scrambling to get everything done at the last minute. You promised you would leave this behavior behind in college, but now it's followed you into your adult life. You're almost done though. You just need a graphic to accompany one of the closing slides. We even already have the perfect image. The problem is, the quality is extremely poor. It looks like some cached photo from a Google image preview. You search the internet for an alternative, but there's nothing better than that low-res digicam looking image. You may need to work with what you got. Maybe there's some software you can use to touch it up a little bit. A quick Google search reveals that there is. It just costs a lot of money. You're not going to spend all your hard-earned cash on a program that you're only going to use one time. That would be foolish. It's time to sail the high seas. The prospect of exploring these digital black markets may seem like a daunting idea to some, but not to you. You're a seasoned veteran of these shady online back alleys. You know that all you have to do is find an upload put up by a trusted user. You settle on what seems to be the right choice, an upload that has a ton of seeders posted by a name you recognize. You hit download and you wait for the files to manifest onto your computer. Within minutes, you're almost done installing the program. But then, something unexpected happens. The screen suddenly goes black. You press the power button and start hitting random keys, but nothing seems to have any effect. You decide to do a hard restart, and the BIOS screen does pop up. But what comes after makes your heart sink.
Your data have been encrypted.
Instead of the Windows login screen, you're greeted with a 2010s DeviantArt creepypasta bunny smiling menacingly at you. It's surrounded by red text written in poor English explaining that all the data on your computer has been locked, and the only way you can get any of it back is to send $1,000 in crypto to a specific address within 24 hours. If you fail to do so in time, the virus will permanently delete some of your files and the ransom will double. You sit there stunned for a few seconds, not quite absorbing the magnitude of what just happened. You restart your computer again, but the same screen pops up. As you're still trying to process it all, a notification pops up on your phone. It's an email from yourself. In it is a list of accounts you have on different websites, along with the 3 or 4 different passwords that you use for all of them. It's in this moment that you realize you are well and truly fucked. While the story was obviously embellished, it's not fiction. In 2019, a popular uploader on various piracy websites known as CracksNow would all but be banned from the Wares community after he was caught bundling a sinister piece of malware into his uploads, one that was called GandCrab. This ransomware was first discovered in 2018 and is a surprisingly slick tool sold by Russian hackers on the dark web. Software as a service is a trend that has even found its way to cybercrime, as GandCrab almost functions like a restaurant franchise. The developers supply you with free technical support and a web dashboard to monitor your victims, and all you have to do is pay the developers a third of the money you steal. Once GandCrab successfully worms its way into your computer, it immediately locks it down, encrypting all of your files. It then shows the user one of a few different screens, all of which are designed to not only communicate the direness of the situation, but also to strike a bit of fear, using horror imagery. In 2019, open source Intel analysts would start noticing a strain of GandCrab floating around that had a tool called VIDAR bundled into it. VIDAR is another off-the-shelf malware, but it's not ransomware. This virus will search through your computer and gather all the sensitive data it can find, including online account information, two-factor authentication info, crypto wallets, and any sensitive private documents. This adds a way for cybercriminals to get a bit of money even if their victim doesn't pay the ransom to unlock their computer, and it adds other attack vectors as well, such as blackmail or straight-up identity theft. In 2019 alone, it was found that up to 50,000 computers in Europe may have been infected with GandCrab, and the ransom amount varied between $400 to $700,000. That might seem like a ridiculous number, but you have to keep in mind just how important some computers are. For example, an employee working for San Francisco's public transportation decided to sail the high seas while at work one evening, just before Thanksgiving in 2016. They downloaded what they thought was a legit upload claiming to offer paid software for free, but during the installation process, they realized that they had accidentally opened a virus. It wasn't GandCrab, but it was a similar piece of ransomware, one that almost immediately gained access to a quarter of all computer systems owned by San Francisco's public transit and locked them all down. The virus then asked the employee for $73,000 worth of Bitcoin, or else it would permanently wipe the drives of the 2,000 computers it had infected. It's not known whether or not the city of San Francisco paid the ransom, but in any event, they would state that the situation had been contained only a few days after it started. But the whole time the ransomware was active, every ticket terminal in San Francisco was out of order, which led to the writers getting an unplanned Black Friday deal in the form of free rides. Downloading ransomware is just one risk you face while browsing the seedy world of piracy websites. Even if you think you know what you're doing, this is still a largely lawless corner of cyberspace. Don't get me wrong, the people who run these websites do put an effort to moderate them, but it's kind of like an honor among thieves, which is just a comforting guise obscuring what's essentially the law of the jungle. With the whole premise of these platforms being illegal, the people who run and contribute to them try to keep their identities and activities completely private. So even if you do trust an uploader, you still have no idea who they actually are and what their motivations may be. And even if the contributors to these platforms are just simply trying to give people access to free versions of paid software, sometimes even that can go wrong. Back in 2019, while GandCrab was infecting thousands of computers, somebody would quietly sneak in another piece of malware onto the bay. This one almost seems stupid in retrospect. During the installation process for whatever piece of software this virus was attached to, a login screen would eventually pop up. It would prompt the user to authenticate their account information because it apparently needed to make sure that the person installing the program was a human, which doesn't actually make any sense, but regardless, this malware was incredibly successful, and many prolific uploaders would have their accounts stolen. The hackers behind the virus would then quietly sneak in infected files into the uploads posted by those accounts, spreading the malware far and wide using the identities of long-established and well-trusted uploaders. After stealing login credentials, Pirate Matryoshka, the name of the virus, would then infect the user's computer with unwanted cleaning programs, browser toolbars, and ads would suddenly start popping up everywhere, which is typical of adware. The world of online piracy is one of lawlessness and chaos, both for the people who participate in it and the companies who claim to be fighting it. It's also a thriving underground art scene, one that's had an indirect but incalculable effect on modern culture. And yet, for how significant this side of the internet is, you very rarely see people talking about it. So today, we're going to go through a few key sagas from the world of online piracy, which are all incredibly bizarre. But before we get to the next one, we have to go over a little bit of history. You may have noticed I've been referring to a specific site a few times in this video, but I haven't actually mentioned it by name yet. The Pirate Bay, a platform that's long been the face of modern online piracy. When it first started in 2003, it almost immediately became the most popular place on the internet to find something called wares, which is a word that refers to any sort of copyrighted media that you can obtain through piracy communities on the internet. The reason for the platform's success was its simplicity. Other online repositories for wares at the time had complicated forum-like interfaces and weren't user-friendly. And on top of that, many of them were invite-only. You couldn't access them unless you found a way to get an account, which could be through knowing an existing member, or if you just happened to visit the site during a sign-up period. The Pirate Bay, on the other hand, was 100% publicly browsable, and the site only really had two sections: a search screen and a categories view, which lets you browse the top uploads in any given section. You can really tell they just copied Google's design almost to a T, but clearly it worked. They actually haven't changed the design at all in 20 years. It's looked pretty much exactly the same since 2005. When downloading something from this site, you're not actually downloading the content itself. You're actually fetching something called a torrent file. You load this file into a client program, which will download the content you're after through peer-to-peer file sharing, which basically means you're downloading stuff off of other people's computers, not from a server. Torrents aren't just used in piracy websites, they're also an essential service for many legit organizations. Pretty much every Linux distribution will be served via torrents, and the Internet Archive is infinitely more useful when fetching their content through torrents rather than their painfully slow direct downloads. Torrents made running a piracy website really easy. Instead of spending a stupid amount of money on bandwidth to serve users stolen media, these sites could instead just host a tiny 100 kilobyte torrent files. You might also assume that not directly offering the pirated content themselves might offer some sort of legal protection to a site like the Pirate Bay, but you would be wrong. In 2006, the Pirate Bay would begin experiencing a never-ending slew of legal troubles. In May of that year, their headquarters would be raided by the Swedish police, which would cause the site to go offline for the first time. Multiple sources would allege that this raid was pressured into action by the Motion Picture Association of America, who had deemed the operation a success in its immediate aftermath, writing in a press release that the US and Swedish governments worked in tandem to shut this illegal website down. The thing is, a website like the Pirate Bay is pretty hard to keep offline. It's a very simple service that doesn't host a ton of data. It wouldn't be very tricky to just mirror the entire site somewhere else. And that's exactly what happened. Only 3 days after the raid, the Pirate Bay would return to the internet, this time with a major hit of publicity from the mainstream news reporting on the police operation, which would lead to the site's traffic doubling. This is pretty much how it goes anytime the authorities have tried to do something about the Pirate Bay. The website will end up going offline only for a laughably short period of time, and upon its return, it ends up getting more traffic than before because of all the free publicity. While the veracity of the legal action taken against the site has only ramped up over the years, the efforts to mirror it has also only gotten more effective. In 2014, a tool called the Open Bay would launch, which would let users deploy their own copies of the Pirate Bay to the internet, which led to 372 different mirrors being launched. It's clear the Pirate Bay isn't going away, no matter what the powers that be may try. That was a realization that dawned on a few different large media companies sometime in the 2000s. So they would try an alternative method to deal with internet pirates, one that was much more shady, and would later lead to an FBI investigation after internet sleuths performed their own. But before that, let me tell you about something completely unrelated. When I was a teenager, I had a phase where I was really into beer money websites. If you're not familiar, there's a small community online revolving around the different ways you can earn a small buck on the internet by doing various bite-sized tasks, like filling out surveys, that sort of thing. While I was too young to be buying beer with my earnings, I did buy quite a few Steam games. I haven't checked on this world in quite a few years, so when the platform Free Cash reached out to me to sponsor today's video, I knew I had to see how this world had evolved. Free Cash is a free online platform where you can earn money by doing small tasks like completing surveys, playing mobile games, and more. They've got 4.8 rating on Trustpilot with more than 250,000 ratings. It's actually really easy to get set up with this. Free Cash is much more convenient than the platforms I was using back in the day. You just sign up, choose a game from the main menu, and start playing. Make sure you've got app tracking enabled though, so the app can track your progress once you switch to the game you've chosen. Obviously, I chose Raid Shadow Legends since I've heard a lot about that game in the past. As I played, Free Cash kept track of the different milestones I was reaching and gave me a little bit of money for each one. After I spent a bit of time playing, I had earned almost $11. If this seems too good to be true, the economics here are actually fairly simple. Mobile games make almost all their money from a very small percentage of players that spend a ridiculous amount of cash on them. So it's actually worth it for the developers to pay out a bit of money directly for new players to get signed up and playing their game consistently. And Free Cash just hooks you up with those kinds of offers. And the more of them you complete, the more rewards you can unlock. I'm going to check back in a few days to see how much I've earned, and you should try it too. If you sign up using my link or by scanning the QR code on screen, you can even get a $5 sign up bonus. Thanks to Free Cash for sponsoring this video.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here? Yep, that's my mom. The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is...
While the Pirate Bay was reveling in its surge in popularity, some of its users would begin reporting some strange problems. It wasn't anything to do with the site itself, however. It was the torrents. It wasn't some alarmist ransomware or any kind of virus at all, really. It was just odd little issues. Maybe you downloaded a movie, but when you clicked on it, you were met with an unsettling screen of static accompanied by loud screeching. Maybe you burned a disc and it caused your DVD player to freak out. Maybe you tried to play an MP3 and it unexplainably broke your Windows installation, which caused you to lose all your files. The motivations behind computer viruses are pretty clear. There's always something they're trying to get, whether it's money, private information, or access to your computer's resources. But this was different. There was no inherent motive here. Just random, senseless acts of inconvenience. Online detectives would start investigating these reoccurring issues, but it was hard to track down exactly what was happening. The torrents serving these broken files all seemed to be mostly seeded from machines with similar IP ranges that all came from California and Nevada. Weird. In 2007, journalist Ernesto van der Sar would collect this information, and with it, he'd form a conclusion. His theory was that there was some consolidated effort from anti-piracy organizations, likely funded by large media companies, to poison torrents with fake and possibly dangerous data. Basically, big money was trying to sabotage piracy websites using low-stakes cyber terrorism. It definitely seemed a little far-fetched, and at the time of this article, it was just a theory and nothing more. But time would only give it more credence. Later that year, Ernesto would once again write another article, this time reporting on a new piracy site that popped up, called Mevi.com. It was another torrent site that claimed to offer guaranteed high-speed downloads and uploads using a proprietary client that they offered. Any user who signed up and used the site, though, would later receive a cease and desist letter in the mail from their internet service provider. Ernesto would do his own investigation, and he'd find that the Mevi domain name was registered by a company called Media Defender, an anti-piracy organization funded by major media companies like Universal and 20th Century Fox. The same day Ernesto published his findings, the site would disappear from the internet. Online investigators now had a better idea as to who was behind all this havoc wreaking on the Pirate Bay and the piracy community as a whole. They'd start looking at Media Defender more closely, and just a couple months later, a bombshell would be dropped. A high school student going by Ethan, a fake name, had hacked into Media Defender's servers, exploiting a weakness in the company's firewall. One particular employee of the company had been forwarding all his work emails to a personal Gmail account, which Ethan and his buddies were able to gain access to. They would then leak a total of 6,000 emails that outlined everything this shady company had been up to. Remember that virus we talked about that would steal Pirate Bay logins and then use stolen accounts to spread malware? Well, believe it or not, that's exactly what Media Defender had been doing. Their MeV client was a virus that would use your computer to upload poison torrents to various piracy sites, effectively creating a bot network solely made up of unwilling participants. It was also revealed that not only was Media Defender responsible for spreading around all these fake torrents that were damaging people's computers, but the large companies that had contracted them, like Sony, knew full well the shady tactics they were using, and they were fine with it. In an almost comically evil response to these leaks, Media Defender would begin DDoSing any organization who dared share around any of the revelations. If you don't know what that is, DDoSing is when you repeatedly make requests to an online service from many machines in an attempt to overwhelm the network and shut it down. It's a low-skill and unsophisticated method of cybercrime. It's the digital equivalent of winning a fight by throwing a sucker punch. These cheap DDoSing campaigns would end up being Media Defender's downfall. The platforms they were attacking often weren't directly hosting any of the leaked emails, and on top of that, DDoSing is just flat out illegal no matter who's doing it. In 2008, they would DDoS Revision 3, an internet platform owned by the Discovery Channel, which would result in Media Defender being investigated by the FBI. That combined with all the other controversies would cause their stock value to tank, and the company would be defunct just a year later. Oh, I should probably mention that they were also sued by the Pirate Bay, which is kind of funny. I understand why a company wouldn't want people spreading around their intellectual property for free. But if that same business breaks the law in multiple ways to combat it, it doesn't really make them any better than the pirates. You can see why I said earlier that piracy websites are full of chaos and lawlessness, and it's not just isolated to the people who use them. We use the word piracy for a reason. It harkens back to the 1700s when huge companies were fighting real pirates using similarly shady and illegal tactics. Media Defender's ultimate goal was to create a bot network of zombie computers that would be flooding torrent websites with fake and damaging data. While they didn't succeed in that, somebody would. And they certainly weren't anti-piracy advocates. Oddly enough, our next story brings us off of the Pirate Bay and onto YouTube.
Make your browser fast. Make your browser safe. Make your browser Chrome.
It's a classic story. You search YouTube hoping to find a video that'll help you obtain some paid software for free. Every upload in this weird niche follows the same format. Somebody will be screen recording their desktop and they'll communicate with the viewer by typing in stuff on Notepad. Maybe there's a Linkin Park song playing in the background and some Widow's Movie Maker title spattered about. You know exactly what this kind of video was like. Old school YouTube tech tutorials are definitely a very specific thing, and piracy tutorials are kinda like the shady side of this niche. These videos never really had many views, likely because the popular ones got taken down for breaking YouTube's guidelines. They always seem to direct you to a Mediafire link of some kind. Obviously, when looking at these videos more than a decade later, you'll find all the links are now dead, so it's hard to say whether these uploads were trying to spread around viruses or not. I do think some of them were genuine, like this guy, Devil Cash 8, who literally made tutorials on how to download torrents from the Pirate Bay, always accompanied by a Disturbed or Avenged Sevenfold song. There did seem to be a community of younger people sharing around software they obtained from torrent websites through YouTube, but it wouldn't be terribly far-fetched to assume that there were some bad actors using this unconventional piracy method to spread around malware. And indeed, we would eventually see that theory come to fruition in a big way. But not in 2010 or in 2013, no. In 2025, security researchers would uncover a large network of bot YouTube accounts spreading around malware using fake pirated software. They discovered a total of 3,000 videos uploaded by accounts that were either brand new or existing channels that were hijacked.
rating was I'd say a 10 out of 15, maybe 10 out of 15. That's putting stick to bed for. That's a 75.
They were usually advertising a cracked version of Photoshop or Roblox hacks. According to the article, the descriptions in these videos would contain a link to Mediafire or a Dropbox, which is where the user would ultimately download the malware. The comment sections in these videos would be filled with fake testimonials from other accounts that had been uploading the same videos advertising the same virus, which the article notes was called Luma Stealer, another virus that can scan your drive for sensitive private information to steal. The researchers know that YouTube actually did take action and they removed all the channels and videos that belonged to this dead internet network. But I wanted to see if there's still anything like that on the platform. I had a feeling that this likely wasn't an isolated case, and indeed, it wouldn't take me very long to find a bot network very similar to the one described in this article. Doing a simple search and filtering by recently uploaded would show me a bunch of playlists that appeared to all contain the same set of videos. One of the uploads here is simply titled 2026 and features a gyrating 2026 title slide accompanied by upbeat dance music. In the comments, a YouTube post is linked, along with the password. We'll get to that in a minute. Another video is called Photoshop 2026, and this one's actually much stranger. The entire clip is just a bunch of blurry nonsense, as if you were staring at strobe lights with your eyes closed. The comments are filled with people thanking the uploader, and again, a YouTube post is linked here, the same one from the other video. There's several other uploads in this playlist, all are equally strange. Some only have 30 views, some have 12,000. All of them though have the same YouTube post linked in the description and in the comments. The post simply contains a link to a Mediafire folder, which itself has two files, winrar.exe and launcherinstaller.rar. We're not going to be downloading those. There is also another site linked on this post, which is called gratisexpert.com. It's a dead link, but we can see what the site once looked like using the Wayback Machine. It was advertising something called Career Boost Solutions, a Spanish resume writing service. I don't really understand why this is linked on this post, and also why this site is now dead. It appears to have been blocked through Cloudflare in some way, so maybe the site was doing something shady, but I guess we're not going to find out. The channel that made the YouTube post with the Mediafire link seems to be a Spanish language DJ. They have almost 7,000 subs, and appear to be a fairly active YouTuber posting their original music up until around a year ago. The post with the Mediafire link was made 4 months ago. The channel that posted that weird blurry video is called Mundo Interesante. Apologies in advance for my horrible Spanish pronunciation. This guy has almost 2,000 subs, and for the last month or so, they've been posting nothing but videos about how to illegally obtain paid software. While the Photoshop video was nothing but a blurry mess, his Illustrator one starts off blurry for the first 30 seconds, but then switches to what seems to be a tutorial for the program. Again, a YouTube post is linked down below. This one is from a different DJ account, but the post is exactly the same. In fact, it's even the same Mediafire folder linked on the Photoshop post, even though it's intended for a different program. That tells me that this is 100% a piece of malware masquerading as various pieces of software. The DJ who made the Illustrator post is the largest account we've seen so far. He's got 44,000 subs with multiple videos over 1 million views. His most viewed upload has 24 million views, but again, he hasn't been active in more than a year. Except for this YouTube post, which was made only 2 weeks ago. Believe it or not, this isn't even the biggest YouTube account in this network. One of the videos in this weird playlist is simply titled Video in all caps, and it also features a gyrating 2026 clip art. It was posted by Mateus Herber, who has 106,000 subscribers. Yet if we go to his channel page, this video is the only piece of content there. Obviously, to gain 100,000 subs, there must have been plenty of other content here at one point in time, which is also suggested by the custom channel banner that's still there. But clearly, somebody went in and raised this channel at some point. The final piece of this bizarre puzzle is the owner of the playlist, whose name seems to be Pastor Moises Bell. This is where things really go off the deep end, as this channel has a whopping 500,000 subscribers, more than I have. It's also an active account, with the last video being uploaded just over a week ago. Almost everything here appears to be recordings of Spanish language Pentecostal church sermons in some huge American megachurch, which is definitely an odd sight for my Canadian Catholic eyes. That's not really important here though. If we browse over to the playlist tab, you'll be greeted with an endless list of duplicate playlists just like the Photoshop one we were just investigating. This may seem like a ton of content, but every single video in all of these playlists seem to link back to one of those 2 YouTube posts by the 2 DJs. I think it would be safe to assume that this pastor had his YouTube account hacked, but it's very weird that he's still uploading at the same time all these new playlists are appearing on his channel. It's likely he just doesn't run it himself and whoever is in charge just isn't keeping a close eye on it. That's my guess anyways. I think every single account here was hacked at some point. Whoever's in charge of this bot network is likely using the exposure of a 500,000 sub YouTube account to elevate the presence of these playlists in search results. They're likely not uploading anything directly to the pastor's channel since it's still active and obviously somebody would notice at that point. I feel like if we were to look a little more, we'd probably find more examples of dead internet malware networks like this. And with the advent of AI tools that are likely automating this whole process to a certain extent, I'm not exactly sure how platforms like YouTube are going to consistently deal with problems like this long term. But I don't feel like talking about AI or depressing internet futures, so for our last topic, we're going to roll the clock back a few years, to a more simple time. Before torrents took over as the main avenue of internet piracy, there was a different peer-to-peer service that people used. No, not that one. This one. LimeWire. If you're a younger millennial or an older Gen Z, you likely used LimeWire to download something at some point in the 2000s. Maybe it was a T-Pain song or an episode of Lost, or maybe you used LimeWire to download LimeWire Pro. It was that piece of software you learned about from a friend, and you probably felt like a pro hacker when you smuggled that first copyrighted piece of content onto your computer without paying a dime. LimeWire was sort of like a public index of files that you could copy from other people's computers. If you decide to give the program access to one of your folders, it would allow other people to browse it as if they were looking through a folder on their own computer. It was an evolution of the same idea that birthed Napster in the 90s. But by the time LimeWire came around, everybody had better and faster access to the internet, which meant people would use LimeWire to access a more varied assortment of file types, like movies and software, whereas Napster was almost solely used for MP3 files. More kinds of files meant more risks with LimeWire. With Napster, the most that could go wrong was running into fake MP3 files that are purposely mislabeled. Remember Media Defender? They would put audio files on Napster that only contained high-pitched screeching noises, in a kinda lame attempt at cyber-vigilantism that didn't really accomplish much. On LimeWire though, fake files posed many more potential problems. On the lighter side of things, it was a common trend to prank people with fake video files. You may have been expecting to download an episode of The Simpsons, but upon playing the file, you're instead met with Bill Clinton's famous denial of his affair with Monica Lewinsky. Sometimes though, these pranks could get very dark. In reality, you had no idea what you were actually downloading when using LimeWire. Some people found it funny to upload gore videos to the platform labeled as completely innocent content. There wasn't really a way to tell if a file was legit or not before you hit download. The only way was to actually fetch it and play it yourself. Combine this with the fact that criminals use LimeWire to exchange illegal material, often purposely mislabeling things as to not call too much attention to what they were doing, and suddenly, you have a problem of people accidentally downloading CSAM and other such illegal content. In 2010, police would storm into the residence of a 20-year-old Florida man named Adam. He would be arrested for having illegal content on his computer, but according to him, he had merely accidentally downloaded a video that was mislabeled and then immediately deleted it without opening it. It was CSAM though, so the police would throw him in jail while they searched for all his devices. After a thorough investigation, it would actually appear that Adam had been telling the truth. He hadn't searched for any sketchy keywords, and the video in question wasn't only mislabeled, it hadn't even been viewed. He never actually opened it. It didn't matter though, just the fact that it was on his computer at all was enough to charge him with possession, and he'd end up getting slapped with 30 months in prison and 15 years of probation just for accidentally downloading the wrong file on LimeWire. It makes sense for the police to take this sort of stuff very seriously, but considering I personally have memories of accidentally downloading shock videos on LimeWire, it's sort of scary to think that it could have permanently ruined my life just because I downloaded a file that I thought was something else. If there's a single takeaway you could extract from all these stories, it would be to simply be careful of what you're downloading from the internet, not just piracy websites. The best antivirus you'll ever have is your own intuition. You can absolutely learn how to see the various red flags that are usually surrounding viruses and other sketchy files before they even make their way into your downloads folder. And if you did end up infecting your computer with something nasty and you had to wipe your hard drive because of it, don't feel bad. It happens to all of us once or twice. Just consider it a learning experience. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Since you made it all the way to the end, you should consider subscribing, because it'll be telling YouTube to recommend you more videos like this one. You can also follow me on Twitter if you want to keep up with me off YouTube, and I don't really talk about it often, but I've
I do not know. YouTube ads.
This video is sponsored by War Thunder. It's 3 a.m. While the world around you has become dark, silent, and still from that taste of death that is sleep, you are still awake. Maybe you enjoy the sort of solitude only the deep night can provide you, or maybe you just can't sleep. In any event, you've decided that this time is an apt one to watch some spooky stuff on YouTube. And so you sit in a quiet dark room, listening to tales of disturbing 4chan threads and Reddit mysteries, each one promising you a good scare. But more unsettling than the videos themselves are the ads. They're bright, loud, and in the late hours of the night, they just feel abrasive, almost acting like jump scares when put in the middle of otherwise quiet and serene media. After finishing a video, you click on another one, expecting yet another jarring and intrusive commercial. With this time, you don't get that. What you do get is much stranger. For the last 2 years, sporadic reports of strange YouTube ads such as these have been popping up every now and then on various platforms. They seem to appear mostly on channels focused around dark media, with the most commonly reported creators being Nick Crowley, Windigoon, and Nexpo, with the one we just watched apparently appearing on Nexpo's Darkest Lost Media Volume 2 from 2023. The ad itself uses concerningly alarmist language, informing the viewer to arm themselves against their enemies, and alluding to some hidden knowledge, which I'm assuming is a product that's being advertised here. The clip ends with the phrase,
"Tomorrow is our profession."
As many internet users who have stumbled across this strange ad write, the company supposedly running these commercials is called the Latent World Program, and they have several ads done in this same style, like this one.
From the dawn of time, man has...
This one, again, uses alarmist messaging to allude to some future conflict or breakdown of society. But while the last ad ended with the slogan, this one ends with a set of coordinates, which leads to a property in Los Angeles, one that's apparently a former Cold War nuclear bunker which was once used to film American propaganda, but is now owned by Jared Leto. Before we get too far down any weird rabbit holes here, I think it's time I bring up the elephant in the room. If it isn't already glaringly apparent, this is all very obviously an analog horror project. I don't think I need to explain to you why a video presented in this particular style is anything but internet horror fiction. You're probably already pretty used to seeing this sort of thing and can recognize it just as easily as I can. And sure enough, clicking on any of these ads brings you to the creator's channel, Gloomy Text and Media, who is advertising their analog horror project called Tuesday Tapes. The series is an anthology focusing on strange events that supposedly occurred in the late 90s and 2000s. I'm not going to spoil it here since it's not a widely known project, but I think it's well done. While the ads are a little cliche, the longer shorts that make up the meat of the project manages to do something a little different than other analog horror projects, feeling more like something from a VHS movie rather than yet another disturbing broadcast slideshow. I recommend checking it out. Even if the ads are obviously a work of fiction when you analyze them in isolation, they still manage to disturb a lot of people. It's one thing to click on an analog horror video on YouTube knowing full well it's a work of fiction. It's another thing to receive that same thing but present it to you as a real ad. There's an expectation that commercials are advertising real things. After all, many of the ads you get on YouTube aren't all that different than the commercials you see on TV, which are expensive to buy and regulated by broadcasters. But what you might not know is that YouTube is not like this. YouTube ads are much cheaper than you would think, and anybody can buy an ad for just about anything. Gloomy Text and Media managed to find a creative and unconventional way to advertise their horror project, but lately, people have used YouTube ads in much more disturbing ways. Not only blatantly skirting around YouTube's community guidelines with clearly objectionable content advertising outright scams, but people have also used these advertisements to hurt others. In this video, analog horror is by far the most innocent example we're touching. Everything from here on out is going to be examples of people misusing the system that not only pays YouTube, but also all the creators who watch, including myself. If you browse through any YouTube-focused communities on the internet, like the YouTube subreddit for example, you'll notice a lot of posts recently complaining about scummy ads. As of late, this problem seems to have gotten really bad, and today we're going to analyze some of these advertisements to see if we can make sense of why it's gotten to this point. But before we get into that, we need to go over a bit of history to figure out how we even got here. Because believe it or not, sleazy ads hasn't always been as big of a problem on YouTube as it is now. Back when YouTube first launched, the site didn't really have any solid foundation set in stone to generate revenue. The only ad placements that existed at the time were individually negotiated brand deals, like when Fox inked a deal with YouTube and Paris Hilton to advertise the show Prison Break on her channel. These ad placements would be few and far between, however, and they didn't amount to any substantial revenue for the platform, which had been racking up enormous and unsustainable storage and bandwidth bills. This accounting imbalance and shaky revenue model no doubt played a big part in the platform accepting Google's $1.6 billion buyout in late 2006. Google had already long figured out how to monetize an internet platform. Their AdWords program was effectively a self-serve advertising network that allowed marketers to narrow down their audience demographics by basically any metric. Whenever a user who fit the right criteria used Google, AdWords would choose whichever applicable ad was willing to pay the highest price to have their advertisement sit alongside organic search results. In that same calculation, they would also take into account how many users had clicked on each ad already, favoring advertisements that were more likely to be clicked on. This made for a system that not only incentivized advertisers to pay the highest possible price, but it also made for high quality and relevant ads that users were more likely to pay attention to. This was the model Google had originally molded the YouTube Partner Program after. Channels that had garnered a significant audience could apply to have ads shown alongside their videos. They didn't have to negotiate any deals themselves, they would only have to share a portion of their revenue with Google. Companies would use AdWords to create YouTube ads in the exact same manner as they would for search ads, with the process being completely self-serve. In this 2007 article from Wired detailing the launch of the Partner Program, they mentioned that a channel can earn several $1,000s from 1 million page views, which, accounting for inflation, actually holds somewhat true today, although videos tend to have many more ads nowadays than they did in 2007. The Partner Program was a massive success, and it led to a new job being created: YouTuber. It was now a viable career for independent creatives to make silly videos for their fans to watch, and the average content on the site slowly transformed from goofy off-the-cuff camcorder skits filmed in mom's basement to the slick, polished professional content you're used to seeing now. Alongside this corporatization, Google was also busy developing and improving their ad platform. Throughout the 2010s, they would launch basically every ad format you're used to seeing now, like skippable pre-roll ads and interrupted mid-roll ads for longer videos. All in all, the program is a huge success. I'm sure you don't enjoy watching commercials, but YouTube's system was and is the absolute best way for a budding video maker to monetize their popularity. But as impressive as it is, there is a problem with it. One that started rearing its ugly head back in the middle of the 2010s. Like I mentioned earlier, AdWords is completely self-serve. During the entire process, the only human involved is the person setting up the advertisement. While Google does technically need to approve your ad, it does so with an automated system. This means Theoretically, you could pay a ton of money to show almost anything you want to a massive amount of people, as long as it passes the automated review. Do you think there's any chance somebody might decide to use this system in the wrong way? Back in 2015, users watching innocent videos would be jump scared by the following ad. Click, skip, and die. Click, skip, and die. Click, skip, and die. If there's one thing that's changed the course of warfare throughout history more than anything else, it's vehicles. First there are chariots, then ships, tanks, aircraft. I find when playing video games centered around war, vehicles always seem to be a bit of an afterthought in favor of the on-the-ground FPS mechanics. War Thunder, the sponsor of today's video, fills in that sponsoring this video. This is from a guerrilla marketing campaign for the Scream TV series. The video features a fake click to skip button, just like the one on the YouTube player when an ad is being shown, and also a creepy face accompanied by many voices whispering, click, skip, and die. This would scare a lot of people and would live in the minds of users as a 6-second fever dream, with this 2016 post on the Lost Media Wiki debating if the ad even existed in the first place. I'm not bringing this to your attention because it's necessarily that scary or interesting, but it is the earliest example I could find of someone using YouTube ads in an unconventional manner. And it would certainly not be the last. I don't think there was any specific catalyst to this happening, but in the mid to late 2010s, people began to catch on that you could run pretty much anything as a YouTube ad, and you didn't need to be a big company spending big money to do it. You could spend $200 and you would get your video put in front of thousands of people. This is a very low barrier to entry, and paired with a fully automated and seemingly lax approval process, it was a recipe for disaster. Over time, YouTube would become flooded with questionable and sleazy ads completely unlike the commercials you would see on television, one of them being this one. This pre-roll autoplay ad shows low-quality Ring camera footage of a woman screaming for help as she resuscitates a small child on the ground. Luckily, the boy does come to and everything seems to be okay. This commercial is advertising a product called LifeVac, a device that can be used to stop a child from choking. This is apparently a real clip of an unconscious child being rescued with this device, but without any sort of editing or polishing except for those odd black squares in the corner. This is just downright disturbing. It's like YouTube decided to show you a portion of a shock video as an advertisement. Imagine you're putting on a Peppa Pig video for your kids and instead you're shown grainy security camera footage of a woman screaming for help. This commercial may be questionable ethically, but at least it is advertising a real product and it does technically follow YouTube's community guidelines, even if it's disturbing. The ads we're about to talk about do not follow YouTube's guidelines and do not advertise legitimate products either. And judging by what I see every day in the YouTube subreddit, they seem to be the most common kinds of ads people are getting right now on YouTube.
The hot moment. I can't lie. I know what he's gonna say. He's gonna say something. I know what he's gonna say. He's gonna say like the hot mama or something like that. You know what I mean?
I'm sure you can guess where we're about to go. The world of advertising and marketing is one that's constantly shifting and transforming to keep up with the ever-changing landscape of consumerism. But if there's just one thing that stayed constant throughout the years, it's that sex sells. When the Industrial Revolution first kicked off the modern art of marketing and advertisements in the mid-1800s, provocative imagery was already a key part of it. It makes sense. A successful ad is one that will grab your attention, and what exactly turns your head more than a beautiful woman? As such, we're all very used to seeing sex used as a method to sell products, but have you ever considered just how provocative imagery is used? You may assume you just need to slap a scantily clad woman next to whatever you're selling and call it a day, but it's actually not quite as simple. Studies show that people forget what they saw in an advertisement twice as easily if too much provocative imagery is used. The theory behind this effect is that sexual stimuli may create a sort of psychological numbing effect. Or in other words, it just makes you a little stupid. This means brands take careful consideration of how much and how little sexual content they use in their commercials. They want a consumer to remember what they saw and then go act on that knowledge in the future. That's the goal of traditional advertising, to plant ideas in your head. And making your consumer's brain go monkey mode is not the best way to do that. But you know what a monkey brain is great for? Clicking. You have to keep in mind that the goals of internet ads are different than those of traditional commercials. Brand awareness is obviously always important, but internet ads are specifically built to get you to click right then and there. You don't need to remember what you saw and then go to a store and buy something. The ad literally only needs to be effective enough in that moment for you to click on it. This is what led to all those sort of fake, you're the 1 millionth visitor you get a prize ads in the 2000s, and it's what led to all those fake products you see right now from Temu. It doesn't matter if the content is deceiving because the only thing they want is for you to click on the ad. Combine this with sex, and suddenly you're being flooded with hot MILFs in your area and pills that can double the length of your member. Scammy sex ads have been a constant on the internet as long as it's been around. On YouTube though, I'm not actually sure when it started. I've personally been using YouTube since 2007, and I don't really remember seeing nearly as many questionable ads back then as I'm seeing nowadays. But I can find articles complaining about the problem that go all the way back to 2008. I do think that the issue likely got a lot worse when people started using YouTube ads in more non-traditional ways, so I'll make an estimate that this problem probably started to rear its head in a big way in the late 2010s. These ads are shocking. They range from gooner and fetish TikToks to what appears to be brazenly cropped full-on pornography. One weird thing you'll notice is that the ads themselves often don't really have anything to do with the products they're pushing. Very rarely will you see the actual product featured or mentioned in the ad. If you were to download the video files for these advertisements, you wouldn't even know they're commercials. You would just assume they're clips taken from some not safe for work subreddit, which actually leads into a theory I have. I think almost all of these videos are stolen and are being used without permission. We're going to investigate that a little bit. Pages I could find referencing Tito. In November 2011, a brand new account on YouTube would upload its first video. It would very quickly garner a large amount of views, amassing 142,000 in its first month on the platform. It was unusual for a video from a new account with no following to get so many views so quickly back in this era of YouTube. But in this case, you can chalk it up to the bizarre and extraordinary nature of this clip. Its title being, "You have 30 days to pay me $5 million. The video starts with a first-person view of somebody messing with some crude electronics on a remote control car, eventually showing the audience that they attached a camera onto it. The cameraman is now on a plane. We get a montage of his flight until we see that he appears to be landing in some sandy desert country. Once he gets into his room, he unpacks all his equipment, which we don't yet know just what he's planning to do with. He leaves the room and we can see, judging on the cityscape, that he appears to be somewhere in the Middle East. he takes a motorbike and he starts driving through the palm tree laden streets. We get another driving montage. This time though, our cameraman seems to go quite a bit of ways out of town, until the video fades to black before showing us just where he was traveling to all this time. The cameraman is in Egypt right by the Great Pyramids. Somebody directs him to an opening in one of the walls. He messes with his bag, and we get a brief glimpse of the RC car snaking through the narrow tunnels of some presumably ancient underground structure, before the video once again fades to black for a final time. Before ending though, we're shown a URL, nowiknow.com. Visiting this page greets you with a countdown, telling the reader that unless the site's owner is paid $5 million by the time the counter hits 0, he will release the full video, apparently implying that the camera on that RC car filmed something remarkable in some forgotten passage in one of the pyramids. Interestingly enough, this website was localized into several different languages, and there were social media accounts linked here for just about every major platform at the time. Under both of these rows lays an email address, nameless@nowiknow.com. Judging by the general time period this was all put on the internet, the person behind this video and site might be implying that they discovered some earth-shattering revelation inside the pyramids. The late 2000s and early 2010s was when the show Ancient Aliens held a small slice of the pop culture zeitgeist, and the idea that ancient societies held extraordinary secrets hidden away by today's elites was a common thought in some people's minds. It's understandable why this spread so quickly. This sort of ancient alien conspiracy niche on YouTube was popular at the time, and it's not every day somebody uploads a first-person point-of-view travel vlog showing exactly how they brought a camera-rigged remote control car to the Great Pyramids in Egypt. Even if this was some sort of ARG, it was still a high effort production. Users on Reddit initially assumed that because of the slick nature of this whole thing that maybe it could be some sort of marketing campaign for a movie or TV show. But one Redditor noted that the domain information for the Now I Know website didn't line up with other such guerrilla marketing stunts. Nothing related to the domain led back to any sort of movie studio or any corporation at all. This was in all likelihood something produced by an individual. Maybe there really was something to this. Let's analyze this video. Judging the surroundings we see when the cameraman is traveling to the airport, he appears to be from some Eastern European country. And indeed, doing an image back search on a frame that shows the airport he flew out of reveals that he was departing from Kaliningrad in Russia. We can tell from one of the scenes on the plane that the person filming is indeed a man. We can also do an image back search to reveal that this guy was not actually landing in Cairo, but instead in the resort town of Sharm el-Sheikh, which is about a 500-kilometer drive away from Cairo and the pyramids. This is going to be important in a second. Whenever our cameraman is outside in Egypt, he always appears to be in Sharm el-Sheikh. Nowhere in Cairo near the pyramids is quite as laid back as this, and every image back search I did on screen caps of the streets he's on always led back to Sharm el-Sheikh. He eventually gets on a motorcycle, drives out of town, and just sort of appears at the Giza pyramids. I don't buy for 1 second that this guy went on a 6-hour motorbike trip along the Suez Canal into Cairo. I did notice that outside Sharm el-Sheikh there was this weird artificial pyramid complex, but I don't think this is where our guy went. He did genuinely film himself at the Cairo pyramids, but what he doesn't show us is his RC car. He implies that he pulls it out of his backpack and drives it through some tunnel, but we never actually see it come out of his bag. The only time we see it in Egypt is when he uses it in his hotel room, which, judging by the wristband he's wearing and the logo on the balcony door, appears to be the Marmara Sabina Resort. By the way, notice how he takes the mirror off the wall before filming the RC car on the desk in the room. This guy went to great lengths to hide his identity. While people were speculating what the point of this video was, an important thing seemed to be absent from the conversation. Just who is this guy expecting to pay him $5 million? The way this is presented resembles a ransom situation, but what exactly is being held ransom? Is the Egyptian government gonna pay this guy to keep him quiet? We didn't have to wait long to answer that question. The timer in the website would eventually run out, and nobody paid our man, so he released a full video like he threatened to, which was via a download on his website that was quickly mirrored to LiveLeak. As the video starts to glitch, the car eventually gets to a sharp incline. It hovers at the edge for a second, then starts to go down it, with the video wavering more and more the further it gets, eventually cutting out completely. We get a screen of text before the video closes out, telling us that OP failed to get more info on this, but something is going on down there, and he's not going to tell you the location of the tunnel either. This wasn't some elaborate ransom situation, high-effort scam, or guerrilla marketing campaign. It was most likely a hoax made for attention. Maybe it's a fun project some Russian guy did while on vacation at an Egyptian resort. In fact, there are bus excursions to the pyramids from Sharm el-Sheikh, which is where the bus footage we see probably comes from. This video would garner almost 500,000 views before it was mysteriously taken offline sometime in the mid-2010s, along with the website and all associated social media accounts. It was almost as if this guy just wanted to disappear from the internet. This might have been the end of the story, but luckily, it wasn't. You see, it might have seemed like I was showing you screenshots of YouTube, Twitter, and this guy's website, but that's not entirely true. What I was actually showing you were archives of those pages. Mirrored copies downloaded and preserved forever by a foundation known as the Internet Archive. Other than those two Reddit posts, the only website I sourced information and material from for this video so far has exclusively been the Internet Archive. Their mission is to preserve as much of the internet in its current and past states as possible, an almost infinite library of what was and what is. Their necessity
Man. I don't get why, what's wrong with my mic, but it's like really silent today. I can't lie. What's on it?
Necessity for mine and countless other YouTubers' jobs, and an overall net good for the preservation of human culture. But have you ever stopped to think just what curiosities may lie in the darkest depths of this library? What's been stowed away, buried under mountains of archived Google searches and blog posts, tucked away from prying eyes until someone finally decides to summon it into their web browser? Today, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna dive into this monolith world of archived content and twist it around until we see its dark side. Now I know it may have been a hoax, but the majority of what's to come in this video are real horrors that would have been lost if it wasn't for the Internet Archive. As the World Wide Web was spreading around the globe in the mid-90s, internet enthusiasts were already busy planning how to best catalog it. In 1996, Brewster Kahle, an American tech entrepreneur, founded Alexa Internet, a for-profit web crawling service that would gather information on different websites and provide information on the overall state of the internet, like global site rankings based on visitors and data use. You can think of Alexa Internet as a sort of digital version of Nielsen ratings, which would gather viewing data for different TV channels and programs. In the same year he founded Alexa Internet, Kahle would use the same web crawling technology to put together a non-profit web cataloging service, which he would simply call the Internet Archive. The idea was simple. Instead of just gathering data on web pages, the Internet Archive would instead copy the pages themselves and save them on its own servers. If an important web page ever went down for some reason, it could still be accessed just as it was through the Internet Archive. In the first 5 years of its existence, the Internet Archive would solely rely on Brewster's web crawling technology to archive pages. But in 2001, the foundation would introduce the Wayback Machine, a way for the public to not only easily browse these already extensive archives, but to also save websites themselves to the library, which greatly expanded the breadth of content you could retrieve using this service. There's really not much else to say. The mission is simple: preserve the internet just as it is and was for future generations to enjoy. Although I do want to bring up their headquarters, which is in this old Californian church, and it just looks so science fiction to me. The first thing anybody chooses to do when using the Wayback Machine is to see what the platforms they use now used to look like way back in the day. I'd wager the first thing almost anybody did on this site was to enter in google.com to see what it looked like in the 90s and early 2000s. One thing you might not have noticed though, is that some of these big websites are using domain names that used to exist before the inception of the platforms you associate them with. Discord, for example, may have been launched in 2015, but the archives for discord.com go all the way back to 1996. It was originally a personal website, a self-hosted page on the internet that's essentially the antiquated equivalent of a social media profile, only existing to express the author's thoughts. Facebook.com in the 90s used to advertise some sort of employee indexing service for large corporations. X.com used to be another personal site. TikTok.com used to be a family blog. This one is a little different from the others. It's pretty detailed and well archived despite being 25 years old. There's a lot of information here. This family's activities and photos were essentially completely documented on the internet for many years. Back in the 90s, this wouldn't have been a very odd thing to do. The internet wasn't nearly as large as it is now, and you wouldn't feel like you were exposing your private life too much by documenting it online. At some point though, likely when the internet began to become much more prevalent in our daily lives, the TikTok family would take their site offline, and of course the domain name would eventually be sold to ByteDance. On Reddit though, one user would discover this long-lost family blog deep in the Wayback Machine's archives, and they would make a post about it on the Internet Mystery subreddit, a place dedicated to solving, well, internet mysteries. What's the mystery here, you might ask? I'm not actually sure. It was interesting that TikTok.com used to be a family blog, but I'm not sure if there is a mystery here. Regardless of that fact, Redditors will be quick to find one for themselves. The lost media culture of tracking down the origin to every minute detail of every piece of media created by man drove some of these Redditors to treat this family's private life as a lost media search that needed solving. A subreddit would be created to track these people down. They would find addresses, phone numbers, legal papers, court notices, private photos that weren't on the original website. Other users would be quick to label this so-called search as what it really was: stalking. Gang stalking is a delusion that some people have where presumed targeted individuals think they're being stalked by a group of people. It's almost always some sort of paranoid fantasy concocted in somebody's head. But in the case of the original TikTok family, this was by all accounts an actual case of gang stalking, even if it was just a minor one. It goes without saying that not everything in life needs to be tracked down and uncovered in a public manner. Some Redditors would argue that since this family hosted a site with some of their public information for a brief span of time in the 90s and early 2000s, that it was not actually stalking, and they were entitled to know what they were up to now. Thankfully, this so-called search quickly died, and public opinion recently has been much more critical of its existence in the first place, but it goes to show you that sometimes this culture of internet mysteries that YouTubers like me directly contribute to can in some cases turn ugly. The TikTok family site is not the only blog we're going to talk about in this video. Blogs used to be much more common in the early internet than they are now. These days, people either write their brief thoughts on Twitter or they have a Substack where they act like they're writing op-ed pieces for the New York Times. But 20 years ago, people would write blogs as a sort of public journal, detailing their views and experiences in a long-form way that just doesn't really happen much anymore. The thoughts detailed in this blog we're about to talk about were unusual, and they preceded something very, very dark. If you go to the Wayback Machine and type in fifthnail.blogspot.com, you'll get a bunch of snapshots from the mid-2000s. Just like the URL suggests, this site is called The Fifth Nail, and it's a public journal written by a man named Joe, who lives in North Dakota. It starts in late 2003, and the first entry recounts how Joe found out that a 5-year-old girl had gone missing from a nearby town in Minnesota a few months prior. He was so worried about being falsely accused of kidnapping that he decided to look through his logs on Quicken, a personal finance software that can keep track of your budget and spending. He concludes that it would be impossible for him to be accused of any crime on that day because of the purchases he made, which were not done in Minnesota. He goes on to complain about the intensifying persecution of sex offenders and how he's writing this blog for his own safety, because it's just a matter of time before he gets falsely accused of a crime. Oh, and he compares himself to a southern black man. He finished the post by talking about what he ate that day and what he did, which was mostly playing the PC game Delta Force. We can already surmise from this first post that Joe is likely a registered sex offender, and indeed the next few posts seem to focus on the so-called persecution of his kind and the various ways people misunderstand him. He says there's no bad people in the world, just people who do bad things. He says that it's very hard for him to make friends and to meet women because most people stop talking to him once they learn about his past. As 2003 rolled into 2004, we get more details about Joe's life. He has cats, and he really likes playing Delta Force. He works in IT, and he watched Return of the King with his neighbor on New Year's Eve. In one long rambling post without paragraph breaks, he rants about the abuse he suffered as a child, and tells us that a crime he committed when he was 16 led to him being put into an experimental treatment program at Western State Hospital in Washington State between the years of 1980 and 1982, which eventually got shut down due to numerous civil rights abuses. He mentions in a following post that he was in jail between the ages of 17 and 38, and outlines some disturbing things about children and adults that I'm not going to repeat here. He continues to rant in following posts that he can't stop thinking about being accused of crimes he didn't commit.
Hello.
Today we just turned this mini
test, 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 test. May have to go echo. That's so much also. I have to go echo. So, oh well. Maybe not. I don't know. I just switched TVs. Do something like that. I switched TVs. That's about it. So yeah. Maybe switch TVs. Just switch TVs maybe. I'm like, I don't know. Did you notice that this thing is actually cut? Please fit, yes. This plugged in. Oof. Darn. Well, it's gone in Naka mode, so that sucks for me and you. I can't lie, it just sucks. 14 should be good. Maybe, hopefully. Hopefully.
House into the ultimate gaming house. Let's go check it out. And look how tiny the front door is.
Yeah, is this gonna be big enough to game in?
It's definitely got enough room.
Oh, there's gnats on the. This is the boys' first time seeing the place. I think they like it. It's good. Come on. Yeah, we got everything in here you could possibly imagine, from all types of gaming consoles to all the snacks to the drinks to even the VR headsets. Where's the PC? Can't game without a PC. Gnats on the. Triple monitor setup. But here's the deal. Yeah, we've got everything in here you
Have a
could
game.
possibly imagine.
If you beat it, you keep the console. If you lose, I take it out of the house.
That sucks.
Easy, we're gamers, we're professionals. Oh, also there's a chimney. So if Santa wants to come deliver more games, he can come down the chimney.
Santa games.
Did you guys see the road, by the way?
Loading.
98%.
It's stuck at 98%.
You guys see the sign?
Gamer away.
Yeah, we got our own street name.
Oh, I didn't even see the couch. Yeah, it blended in. Is that an original Xbox? Oh my gosh.
Challenge number 1. You guys are gonna hop on the triple monitor PC setup upstairs.
Straight to the PC?
Yeah. We're gonna play a little crash test game of Beam NG. You got 5 lives, and you gotta make it to the bottom of the hill.
Got this.
That's all we gotta get upstairs.
All right, this should be easy.
Pretty sure it did.
Oh my gosh, bro, you're
Yeah.
jittering.
Okay.
You're upside down, dog. Oh my god!
For sure.
I'm okay.
It would.
No, you're not. I'm fine. How do you reset?
So that's a whole life if you.
Okay,
So-
all right, dude. Let me see if I can hit it in reverse. Oh, reverse is the way.
You're doing great, sweetie.
Thank you. Hang on.
That's a pretty good thing.
Wait, bro. Oh, no, no. We're gonna be okay. I don't need suspension
But
anyway.
now,
Engine is
not
starved
yet.
of oil.
I don't see that. Okay, do I still move?
Your engine starved of oil. That's 1 life down. Only 4 more left.
All right, reset. I know what I'm in for this time. It's a big hill. I thought it was gonna be like just a little hill.
Be alright back. Be alright back.
you know?
Look, watch out for those bumps.
Oh, brake and then bump. Perfect. We're good. We're good. Bridge. A bunch of micro bumps. Oh! I wasn't even going that fast, bro.
You're doing 70.
Allegedly.
Is this supposed to be ice?
I want to rotate with it. It is slippery.
You just withstand a lot of damage.
Well, while the boys are up there, I just want to say that this video was put together with the help of today's sponsor, Coopert. You see, Coopert right here is a free browser extension designed to help consumers save money while shopping online. Whether you're looking for computer parts, a PlayStation 5, or an Nintendo Switch 2 online Coopert automatically finds and applies the best coupon codes once you reach the checkout page. That makes sure that you receive maximum savings with little to no extra effort. And if you ever feel like you're not getting the best price, Coopert offers a price comparison service that shows which website literally has the best deal for your hard-earned cash. Coopert even offers cashback rewards on your purchases, so you can get even more money back from shopping online in the comfort of your own home. And on top of that, with 6 million weekly active users on desktop,
desktop and 3 million on mobile. Cooper serves across 200,000 merchants globally. Now, if you want to grab Cooper and start saving money on every online order, you can scan this QR code right here, or you can go in the top of the description. And you can get Cooper installed on your internet browser today.
All right, let's reset again. We're gonna be extra cautious.
That's such a scrub game to be only arrow keys.
Yeah, what, you couldn't fit a steering wheel up here, dude?
No, dude.
Oh my gosh, bro, you have no damage and you're almost halfway.
Well, I'm being extra cautious.
Okay, so this doesn't work.
Alright, here's...
But this does, okay. I get it.
Like they used to. My brakes are not working like they used to. Gotta commit. We'll be alright, We'll be alright. Yep. Oh! Last time I went really slow and it worked out for me. I have to be patient again. Oh, it's coming up.
Yeah, remember, go left or right.
I'm gonna be extra careful.
Yeah, you gotta go right.
I gotta come into the ice going like 2 miles per hour because it's slippery. Watch. I can't do it. Okay. Oh no.
Brother,
Straighten it out. No.
Chill. You're going straight back to the middle. You're going to the middle.
I'm trying to turn right.
Gabe.
Reverse. Okay. Now everything past this is unknown. The right side looks safe. I'm going that way.
You got this. Oh, why are the trees despawning?
I don't know. We're just gonna go 20 miles per hour through the forest. Is that the finish line? Oh, there's a hole!
Gabe,
We're good.
Oh my god.
We're good.
Bro, just drift. Dude, just floor it.
No.
Oh, wait, what is that? That's a drop.
It looks safe. I don't trust the middle for some reason.
Just floor it, dude. That's the finish line right there.
I don't believe it.
That's the finish line right there.
This is the finish line? This is it? Yeah!
Congratulations. So you guys get to keep the PC inside the tiny house. I'm not going to take it away from you. But the next challenge, I don't think you're going to
win the next one. James, your next challenge is to get a victory in Fortnite. And look, you only get one try. And if you lose, I'm gonna take away your PlayStation 2, your PlayStation 3, 4, and 5 all at the same time.
All the plays?
All you gotta do is win, bro.
I don't know if I'm that geeked like that. Ethan.
Yeah?
I got 8 minutes until I can play the game because someone didn't download it.
That's because our Wi-Fi is connected to Ethan's phone. Look, guys, we're in a tiny house right now. It's not the quickest internet. I mean, James, for your Fortnite game, you gotta live up.
One victory royale. I think I'm a stretch. No, I'm gonna make a snack.
You could
eat
train
my
yourself
snack,
with these
stretch.
with these Donkey Kong things.
I don't know.
I think I'm gonna start with a slushy. Gotta crush this ice like I'm gonna crush my competition. What's a gamer flavored? Raspberry, lemonade, or cherry?
Whatever's green, dog.
Or, hey, you shake my bowl?
Oh my god. You want me to shake this?
Yeah, gotta make sure my wings are explosive.
Oh, I can go shake it real quick. Let me go outside for this.
I don't know why you had to go outside to shake.
I gotta have room to shake, dude. It's pretty impressive, right? My eyes! Oh my god. It's all shaken up. Ready to go. It's ready.
What about the Red Bull?
Oh, yeah.
Here.
Oh no.
It's ready.
Come on, dude. Give it a Red Bull shake. Do like a Santa Claus or something.
What does that even mean?
Threw it over the house. I think he's over there now.
Squirrel! Here you go.
Oh my god, it's spray.
There you go. I
got Red Bull all over me.
Gotta get this boy warmed up for his game.
Hey, can I give you another Red Bull and you could like Santa Claus it?
Oh!
Santa Claus is here.
Right through the chimney. I'm come back inside.
Slushy! Jug!
Wait! You need some sour fruit snacks.
You also need a cookie.
Come on, dude. You just...
The sour fruit snacks were good, but the cookies...
Chug!
There's the fruit blocks.
I'm giving it that flavor, right?
Give me a sip.
Oh, I'm good.
Oh, Fortnite downloaded!
Are you ready? You only get one chance.
I've been preparing. I'm all geeked up, I'm out now! All right, boys. Where am I dropping?
All right, you see, the way this works is that if you die, I take every...
Bro, stop.
What are you doing, bro?
Dude, it's my glider. Look at my glider.
You need Doritos?
My glider go card.
Yo, you're in shifty shafts.
All right, there's a box. There's a box in there. Yep. Get the box.
Dude, there's 59 people left.
He's gonna hide.
Yo, open this window.
Can't, I'm playing the game right now, dude.
Hang on, dude.
You're in my way.
Okay, we're good.
Hey guys, thanks for opening the window. I just wanted to see James's facial reaction when he dies and I take all of his PlayStation.
Nope, there's 53 people at 52.
You know what'd be cool, dude? What if I make it a party in here, dude?
You're distracting me, dude.
Rave music. 37 people remaining.
Still haven't gotten a single kill yet, dude.
Dude, this game's hard. You know it is. I'm trying to find people. You know I am.
I got an idea. Come with me.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, snap. Look at him. Oh my God. Forget gaming. My mom told me to go play outside. I've never seen him run like that. All right, I gotta go mess with James.
19 people remaining.
The fact.
What happened?
I did not think that window would break.
Yeah, dog.
My bad.
Yeah, that window busted.
Did you lose yet?
No, he's still alive.
I was trying to just hit the roof. Hope he wins this game. I don't want to take away his PlayStation. Dude, you're definitely gonna win, dude.
Where is little homie at?
I don't know, 11 people left. Oh, right there. Okay, gotta elim. Lock in.
No way.
No!
6th place.
For the first game, 6th place ain't bad.
Round of applause for an almost dub.
So how does this work? Do I just take the stuff?
You said you were gonna take all of it.
Why are you
dude.
asking us how it works?
All right, well.
It's your rules. Let's watch out for the glass.
I'm gonna go wipe off the glass off my legs.
Use mouthwash.
Well, pleasure doing business with you guys. I'm gonna take these back to my crib.
Yo, he forgot the PS2.
That's supposed to be mine. Thanks.
He didn't take the games. We could go to GameStop with him, get $20.
Hey, can you hand me the game? Now we got some outside gaming. We're not in the house anymore. We're in the side yard. Gabe is in a sauna and he is playing some Wii boxing and he has to win.
Bro, his skill level 619. Mine's 507.
Good luck.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Hands up.
Bro, he's almost punching the screen.
How you play this, Ethan?
That's not how you're supposed to box. I think you gotta like dodge and punch. Yo, save your stamina.
Oh my God! I told you, Ethan, watch out! It's gonna get crazy.
I heard Ethan get hit just now.
The controls aren't following me, Ethan. This
is the most intense game of the day.
Did you win?
Round 2.
Wait, there's more than one round?
Let me check.
Oh.
Did you win the first round? What?
I don't know.
You're down.
Uh-oh. Get up.
Oh, you back up.
I folded. 1, 2.
I mean, he's keeping his own right now.
What's happening? I'm trying. These controls suck.
Is it hot in there?
Yeah, it's getting a bit toasty. Come on. Yeah.
Oh, he knocked him out.
No way.
He's on the ground.
No way.
I got that boy. He got back up. He got more health than me.
Yeah, that's no bueno.
Hey, it looks like things are going well, though.
Left hook. I'm dead.
Gabe got knocked out.
I'm dead. Come on, get up.
Oh, you've resurrected.
Pull a Tyson, pull an Ali.
Why is my foot so hot, Ethan? Why is that right next to the vent?
Yeah, the vent is right there. Let me see if I can make it a little hotter.
I'm punching and it's not punching, Ethan.
Use your left hand.
I don't want to do this anymore, Mom. Punch. Watch, it didn't punch. It's not even punching, Ethan.
Get up, get him.
I don't want to get up. I want to get out. Let me out of here. You can have the Wii.
Oh, it's boiling water right now, cuzzo.
It's getting hot in here. Where's the zipper?
He's leaving.
Did you win?
Yeah.
Wait, for real?
No.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, you can see him get knocked out right now.
Oh, my gosh.
I got him once, though.
All right, boys. Well, thanks for the Wii.
You can have the Wii.
As of right now, the only thing you guys got is a computer.
That's all I need.
Yeah, thanks for the console. Definitely works. I'm gonna go refurbish it at GameStop. All right. All you guys gotta do is one of you have to get first place in Mario Kart.
Just one of us?
Just one has to get first place.
I'm a penguin.
Oh my gosh, I've never used a motorcycle before. Thanks, Ethan.
I've never played this game before. I'm about to hit the 5.
I'm at 7.
Oh, I got flipped. I'm in 22nd place. I ain't gonna lie, this ain't looking too good, James. You might have to pick up some slack.
Brother, help.
It's not my fault. The penguin got some slippery tires. Oh, I got the bullet. Bullet. Keep going, keep going. Yes. Yes, 9th place.
I'm gonna make you guys a snack.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm about to be in first. Just like that, baby.
All right, Gabe. We're 1st and 2nd right now. We're 1st and 2nd.
Okay, so we're set up good.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We need to keep the Wii. We need to keep the Wii.
Wii is goated.
Oh, wait. What is this?
That's a Switch.
Switch. Just so we gotta keep the Switch. We gotta keep the Switch. The new Wii.
Oh, no. No, I'm a little guy. No, I just got a double block.
Oh, guys, I'm gonna have to get Bass here to get this. Hey, where did you put the plates?
Hey.
I think they put the plates in.
Gabe, I can't see nothing.
Oh, no, I got hit with No, I'm falling. I'm in 3rd.
Hey, 3rd's pretty good, kid.
Are you in 1st?
Gabe, I can't see nothing.
Oh, you're in 1st place, bro? That means you get a snack boost.
Those I don't believe in.
Snack boost.
I can't look at what it is. No, I got hit. I keep getting hit with a shell right there at the same spot.
Hey, you got 1st place.
I got 2nd. So we can keep it, right?
Yeah, so you guys can keep the Switch. It's all yours.
Gang.
Great success. Send James to the grocery store. Hopefully he comes back with milk.
Hopefully he comes back.
I think he's back. Hey, look, I got one more heart.
Yo, look
and
what I
it's
just found.
for you.
What is that?
Found it on the roof.
Good thing you found that. That's our next challenge.
I thought we went to the grocery store.
You're gonna play 5 Nights at Freddy's. You only get 1 heart.
I'll be back.
Where you going?
My boundary's inside. I hate everything about this thing.
You wanna play Mario while he plays this?
Okay, yeah.
All right, boys. I'm joining server.
What's happening?
All right.
Me and Gabe are gonna hang out, play some Mario. All James has to do is beat 5 Nights at Freddy's.
Don't die.
Where are they?
What are you looking for, little bro?
I'm looking for them. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What happened, little bro?
Ah! Oh my gosh. I'm terrified right now. It's red. Oh my god! I survived.
It didn't seem like it.
All right, keep playing, little kid.
All right, here we go.
Determined to defeat, driven to win. Marines are made for this.
What the heck is that?
Oh my god, oh my god.
What is that?
Shut up!
Sounds like you're in a toilet right now, cuzzo.
Hey, little bro.
Is that what my poop sounds like after I poop?
Hey, did you find out?
How are you supposed to play this one? The door's fully open. I can't close the door no more.
The door is closed, dog.
Yeah, that's why you just ran into.
No, I meant the door in the game.
Oh, that's probably because you ran out of battery. Where are you going, little
I need
bro?
to get the door handle.
Bro's going outside.
Dude, I'm grinding on the rail.
Ah! Jesus.
Hey, you knocked over the camera.
All right, that's going. That's good. We're good. Peekaboo. Peekaboo.
Dude, what night are you on?
Pizza's here.
Hey-oh! Yo, I beat it. Oh, snap. I got a doll. Look at this doll, dude.
Only you can see that.
Oh. Ding dong, ding dong.
Well, I'm glad you had fun, dude. So here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna play a little game of Minecraft parkour in Xbox. And if you win, you keep the Xbox. If you lose, it's mine.
Goodbye, Xbox. I haven't even started, but I have 5 deaths, Ethan. What happened?
You kept falling off.
When?
Just now.
No. How do I have 15 deaths, Ethan? 16.
Wait, what's the rule? If he dies once, he loses?
No, there's no way. Nobody could do this in one life.
Yeah, you got this, bro. Yeah, there you go. Take it slow. Take it slow. He's died 23 times.
Oh my gosh. Bro, how many?
You wanna come try this?
No, I'm good.
That's what I thought. There's gotta be cheats. Hey, what's in my, it's cause I can't see the right part of my screen, Ethan. I didn't know I had an inventory. How do I build blocks?
You can't, you're cooked, kid. You're in adventure mode.
Nah!
He's got 40 deaths.
Hold on, I have never made this jump before.
You never will.
Yo, can I try real quick? I wanna get as far as I can for you, bro. There you go, you can go again.
Thanks, dude.
Let me hit that ball.
You trying to hit this? Hold up. Oh, I ran out of sprint. It stopped sprinting for no reason.
Yo, that's actually insane. You have 80 deaths.
No, we all 3 have 80 deaths.
Minecraft is all about momentum. That's why it's called Minecraft.
It's not called momentum craft.
All right, Gabe, here you go. Last 10 seconds.
Yay. It doesn't count. It doesn't count because the time isn't like, I'm still like, the ball is still in the air. And
You're gonna die on this jump anyways.
No, no.
There you are. You're dead. Time's up. 89 deaths. You suck at Minecraft.
This is impossible.
So I'm taking your Xbox. Give me that thing.
This isn't me.
Give me that box with the X. Thanks, little bro.
Hey, don't forget the controller.
Thanks. Have a good day.
Minecraft sucks.
Now me and the boys are playing outside. No more video games. This is a real race. We got an entire course set up, as you can see. And because Fruit Blocks has 22 pouches, you have 22 seconds to complete this race. Otherwise, I'm gonna take this go-kart.
How's that make? Dude, this track is...
I got the timer.
Ready? On go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Can we restart?
Yeah, reset.
3, 2, 1. That was easy. That's an extra. Take a second off his time.
21.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Here he comes.
He's zooming.
Oh snap, look at him.
I'm too big for this cart.
Oh snap. What's he at?
It's not looking good.
Oh, he's at 23
Ow,
seconds.
I ran over my foot.
26.
I went around the wrong tree.
And then it's right about to keep going, right about it.
All right, what are we at? 31 seconds.
31.25 seconds with a 1 second penalty, so 32 seconds.
Hey, let me hit that one more time, Nathan, please.
You want to hit it again?
For the children at home, let me hit that one more time.
You're going to hit that. You're going to hit that on go. 3, 2, 1.
He's doing it again, but there's no point. I've already eaten a pouch of fruit snacks, so he's only got 21.
I'm going Mach 4, Gabe.
I don't think he's going any faster. I think he actually slowed down.
No, he's about 2 seconds ahead.
4.
That thing looks kind of fun. I can't wait to take it from him.
Better hurry up. Broke boy.
Did he win?
27.5.
Yeah, he still sucks.
That was fast.
Hold this. All right, give me the go-kart.
Did I get it?
No, you lost.
Oh, look, it says 22.
Oh, you lost.
That's a 7.
Come here, boy. You ain't going that fast.
Oh, I can't stop.
Oh my God! Oh my! That's my pool!
You're water cooling the engine right now, bro.
Dude, what are you doing?
I couldn't stop.
Oh my God!
Here, let me pull forward.
I don't know, they kind of fire.
Go backwards.
I can't go.
Go back.
It doesn't have a back.
Bro, this thing's electric, cuzzo. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching today's video. Please subscribe so I can purchase another go-kart. And head to your local Walmart, get yourself some fruit snacks or a mystery plushie.
The way you
Live here, because like I only have